And if I miss you, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Talking about?
The Truman Show.
No. Well, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Cultivation Simulator.
Yes.
Indeed.
Good.
Mm-hmm. So, today we're going to get into a little bit of a time speed up. Mr. Poe, have you figured out what and how and when you want to do those time speed up?
Okay. How much do I have to work with? I was told it was just a lot.
1 week before the tournament.
1 week before. Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
So like 2 months-ish.
Okay.
Maybe a bit more.
Months. 1 week.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Okay. We can spend that doing some more space training, I believe.
Space train. So spooky.
Okay.
And you could cut the moon. I don't know if you've done that
I
yet.
have not.
I say. It's pretty important.
Yes. I do want to.
Especially if you want to participate in the training we were doing afterwards.
Okay, so
The one that how we went so quickly.
Yep.
Okay, so we're just going to influence. Lyra, and I apologize. You provide a double of 1 bonus and a quad of progression.
Correct.
Okay. So that means I get 5 in total.
I think we were training for a good majority of the time.
Yeah. And then,
Training the best.
and I believe I somehow got a plus 50, or because I think it was that. Oh well, we'll do without any bonuses. Oh wow.
No bonus.
Okay, so target 62. That's 5 progression. Put that up to 9.
Space bonus.
Space.
Bus.
You're in space.
Space.
Okay, and then so we were doing a thing where I would have gotten 7 per DTS. We were saying forget sleeping, just all in. So that would have been 21, which I could make to 20. There for that, so that would have been a day, and then 21 times 7, which would be a week, times 4, which would be a month. So 21 times 7 times 4 for a month, times 2 for 2 months. That's not what I wanted. R. There we go. So 1,176 rolls, all less than 62.
Oh, are you doing 2 months of just cultivation?
Well, I mean, I'm only at step 6 of 10, so I might not need all of that, but I got a ways to go, and I only get 5 per tick.
Okay.
So I might need a lot of that. But how much time in between when the moon splitting happened?
I think it was about couple of weeks. It was like 2 weeks, right?
2 weeks in.
Then we were doing, or no, we only did a month of the reinforcement training, didn't we? Hold on. Back to the infinite rolls.
Infinite!
Day 25. 15. And yeah. I believe it was just a month that we did the training after. So it was 1 month, then the moon splitting, and then another month.
Okay, so that would be.
And we went to a fancy shop somewhere in the first month.
Oh, that's right. Fancicus Shopicus. We got to do that with you as well, Poe.
500, 583, I believe. Yeah.
I think you have to do the moon splitting opportunity at the time that we do because it was my master that brought us over there, and they're not going to do it.
Okay, so up
If
to the first thing that you want me to do would be a month's time
ish.
ish. Okay, so that'd be 588 rolls. So I could do those.
You could, in fact.
Slash R 500. I did one, so 587.
We bought a bunch of
100.
stat reinforcement manuals as well.
Well, we got to go with him to Quebex.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so this is the one that I just did, plus a month, or well, almost rounding up to a month. Okay, there's 2 100s, 3 100s, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's a couple of ones. 7, 8. I got 8 100s.
And 588 rolls. Neat.
87, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4,
That's statistically
5,
on curve.
6.
8 100s and no, that's
Oh, I thought you
almost
said
double.
5 100s.
No,
I got 7 ones. 8 100s and 7 ones.
that is statistically unlikely.
Mm.
You could make 14 convergences, or just take those.
I mean, here, hang on a second. If 7 D4s, okay, so it wouldn't affect my influence to where it made me pop over, so I could do that. 373 successes times 5. I'm just gonna which are 373 times 5. 18, 1,865.
Yeah. What about it?
I'm giving it my all, guys. And then, so plus 9 to that would make it 1874. Okay. And then 4 minus. Don't just do the calculator version. That clears that one. Minus 140.
Oh my gosh, he's gone to plaid.
I don't think I'm there yet, but we'll get there. Okay, maybe that was more than I needed. Okay, so I got there. I'm on Space, Environment, Energy, Entropy, step 10 of Tier 1. Theoretically, I could throw the rest into Tier 2, step 1, depending on how much that is.
We could start working on the third hazard, but I don't think
Yeah.
that'd be influence.
Depending on what that one actually is, though, because this, I believe, space or energy entropy is only influence. The others, it would be a different statistic.
Probably toughness or something for the
Correct.
energy.
No, for the decompression.
We already
that's the
did
other one.
decompression.
Yeah, the third one. So not decompression, not energy entropy.
Yeah, so the cosmic rays
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that one.
sounds like a
Cosmic.
toughness. But I don't know. Might not be a toughness.
Might be a dodge roll.
Dodging the cosmic rays.
Whoa!
Who needs to resist them when I could just avoid them?
You could charm them. Hi, sir. Could you please go around? Be very kind of you.
Dodging light in a vacuum.
For
Should be toughness, willpower, influence. One toughness for decompression, willpower for fighting off cosmic rays, because you got to focus on keeping your energy in you and keeping that energy out of you, and then you got influence for the energy leakage.
with a batch roll like this, also, what do you want to do about the 8/100 besides just failure?
They just don't count.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The 7/1s.
They count as double progress when you get a D4 towards that stat.
Okay, so plus 70 then, if it was double progress. That'd be known willpower and toughness.
Also, they don't overflow.
Okay.
Into the other categories. They just keep going on their own thing because there are 10 tiers of this particular technique.
That's what I wanted to double check. So I would be into tier 2 then.
Yeah, and there's 10 stages per tier. And if you get all the way to the end on all 3 tiers, you could basically float in space adrift for years.
Okay.
Yeah, and be like, this sucks! Ah! Doesn't mean that you're safe, you're not gonna be dead for years.
Is the numbers for tier 2 still 50, 65, 80, 95, like that step up still going?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It gets really big at the end. That's why a lot of cultivators quit.
So then would it be for step 1, no, that'd be 200. For
Right.
tier 2, step 1?
Well, you need a progress increaser for just this one.
Okay, so 200. Let me make all my steps again. Going to... I have a whole list of all the steps up to step 10, and I'm just like, do I just get rid of those now? Because I'm going to have, like, booklets of tiers. Okay. Triple Okay. Okay, so that one's going to subtract 200.
Another part, though, is you should have saved all those ones for later in the session.
Well, yeah, but it was 500 rolls.
Could have saved them.
Pocket one.
How? I don't know how Chun-Po has the ability to save ones.
Technically, we do. We could just turn them all into convergences, but that's not quite the type of saving that we would want.
Step 3. I got pretty far. I'm halfway through energy entropy of the second tier. I'm on step 5 now.
Solid. Time to meet Cubic.
Yeah. Who be this cubic?
Only the
Shop man.
fanciest, coolest, shoppiest, living space, prison person.
Hmm.
They basically called out through the Star Exchange for wanting to meet a merchant for some goods, and they arrive and they dock with your ship. You go over to their ship for loot.
Nice.
Now, is this Poe showing up directly after our interaction?
Yeah,
We're still here?
basically, after he was a little late to join you, so you guys have already done some of your stuff. You guys can then show him around.
Oh, hey, Poe! What took you so long?
I think I kind of got stuck in the energy a little bit, but I got some really good resistance.
Oh, well, that's excellent. We'll have to catch up, I suppose. Anyway, this is Qubits, and this is a fabulous shop.
It is a fabulous shop.
What do you have to offer, Mr. Cubics?
It just stares at you, and it has those little slits in the polygon that looks like eyes, and sometimes they go up and down, and they narrow or widen, but they're actually not real eyes. You think? What don't I have is the question.
Okay. So lots. Alrighty.
Correct.
One thing that I just forgot, still wanting to talk to Cubics. I have a month. Let's see, 30 days. So 30 D9 of poison. 147. Okay, sorry. Forgot about that. Okay. Well, what did you all find here? I'm not entirely sure. Just everything? Anything? Is there a limit?
I found a book producer, but what we purchased from them is a bunch of cultivation manuals. We got reinforcement books for all the core characteristics of being a cultivator.
Interesting. Is there? Let's see. Are those books space or cosmic cultivator oriented, or is that like Earth cultivators? Do we get okay?
Cosmic oriented.
Cool. Well, heck, you already got them. Cubics, do you have books on terraforming?
Yes, but you are too tiny a cultivator to start.
Fair enough. How big do you have to be? Is there a height limit? Is there like a sign that says must be this tall to terraform?
Correct, but there is, of course, always exceptions depending on the cultivation path you practice and the Tao that you contain. You would have to be very powerful, probably on the extreme end. You practice the art of poison. You will be the bane of encapsulated vessels. You will be ruin of inhabitable planetoids.
Hmm. Yes. But I do also wish to be able to create with what I have. But too small. Got it. Let's see. How much of the cosmic path do we have mapped, or do you have maps of the cosmic path of
I
what
do.
has been found?
I have a very elaborate map. Maps are expensive, though, more so in some cases than cultivation techniques. Because techniques require resources, and the map will help you locate those resources. Two parts of the same coin. And the rim of that coin is the vessel you take to get there. Essential, but not as important. Many have wandered the cosmos, never to fulfill their cultivation, because they couldn't find what they were looking for.
Hmm.
But what is it that you desire? Is there a specific location, a specific resource? I can sell you individual points of information rather than whole space
Uh,
maps.
hmm. Excuse me. Uh, Chunpo kind of like does a quick huddle with Sapaler and Lyran before deciding on anything. What? Well, for one, do you guys think a map is a good idea? And I was thinking of a map of at least the first sector. I don't know if that would just be like we walk in and we get to see everything in the sector, or if there's certain parts that having the knowledge of the new area we would be going into would be beneficial.
I think it's an excellent idea. What about you, Law?
Hey, there we go. All right, I'm on again. What do I think? I think that's fine. As a science officer, I'm sure that would come in handy.
And being able to navigate the first sector or zone would be quite helpful, I think, as we don't really have any cosmic cultivators as our masters. Knowing the secret locations is not something that we'll have the advantage of in this path.
Another thing that I'm not. This one's kind of an over the table question because I really don't know. And technically, Chunpo and all of us have only been very slightly exposed to it. And the reason I bring it up is because I have no idea whether or not they are in or out of the bubble in this area. Within the cosmic path, are the Solocons considered inside that safety bubble or still outside the safety bubble? Because on the earthly path, I remember you saying, okay, the Solocons are outside of this bubble unless you do something to mess with time, and then they would know you're there. But are they on the cosmic path?
Are we talking about the Labyrinthians or are we talking about the Solocons?
I was talking about the Solocons themselves, but maybe I didn't even realize Labyrinthians were going to be on that as a question.
Oh yeah, there's Labyrinthians in space.
Okay.
For the Solocons,
Hmm.
it depends. If they're on their own sector, they're most likely somewhere out there in space.
Okay.
So consider they have their own sector of space. As for the Solocon on the path, then I mean they're just cultivators like you. Fuck them up.
Okay.
So I'm hearing labyrinthians are just cultivators like us. Fuck them up.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Alrighty. Then theoretically, at least the knowledge of where those sectors are, of hey, maybe we shouldn't go there. But I would like to invest in the first sector of the path.
Sure.
If you guys had any specifics, or technically, do you think we could sell any maps? We've been some places. We've been to the edge of
I
space, haven't we?
don't know that we want to give that information out rather specifically.
Well, that's fair, but just trade.
That is not our information to trade, though.
What do you mean?
Well, the Wanderer very specifically told us not to give that information out.
Not like our space station one. I'm talking about the edge of space one where we got thrown.
Oh, yes.
Like we for one, we got like a cursed object from that. Does he want that? Can we just give that to him and leave?
I
don't know.
don't know that I'd want to give that up. It seems like Lara's been nurturing it.
Yeah, sure. But I'm just like, in the event that it gets close to like cataclysmic supernova almost of, hey, that monster's getting really close and we can't really deal with it. Is it possible to just hand it to a merchant and just be like, this is very rare. You should buy it. And then we leave?
Are we aware that there's organizations that would want this, not for like just to lure it in and kill it? Or was that like a bunch of out of character stuff? I don't remember if we actually discussed that in character.
No, it was in character.
Okay. Well, we do have options to sell it to people who are aware of what it is that would be very interested in it.
In the event of it ever happening, then sweet. If not, oh well. But how much for the map of the first sector, sir? Mr. Cubic.
It's actually pretty affordable, considering that the map of the first area in the first sector, that's basically the protective sanctuary of new space cultivators, is free. Every individual who wants one or asks for one will be provided one. But not of the whole sector.
Okay.
Just the initial zone.
Zone 1, I think, is what Chungpa was asking for.
Well, okay. Well, if the Zone 1 Sector 1 is just free to have, then asking to buy it wouldn't make sense. How much? Heck, how big are sectors? Because where I'm from, we had
Each plot's of space.
Okay.
Sector 1 is 1 light year across.
Now, when comparing it to the earthly path, is a sector like a checkpoint in a zone?
Correct.
So there's more than one sector in the first zone.
Correct.
So we can purchase the maps for the later sectors in the first zone.
It'll be most well populated. This is one of the safer areas of the cosmos. So there's lots of opportunities to gather.
I think that would be an excellent idea then, Poe, if we buy the maps for the later sectors of Zone 1.
It's kind of what you mean zones of the. Wait, oh, heck. Okay, sorry. Zone and sector starting to blend in my head.
Sectors are effectively checkpoints. There's multiple checkpoints in Zone 1 of the earthly path, so we're looking for sectors now, I guess, instead of checkpoints.
Gotcha. Then yes, I think that would be. 3, you think?
I don't know how many there are. We could just get all of them.
Mr.
For-
Quebec, do you have all of them?
For the first zone.
I do.
Would our store credit cover that?
It would. If you'd like.
Well, we're looking for a good starting point, and
Oh, there is only one starting point.
well, yes, but by a good starting point, I mean having the resources at first to know which direction to go from the starting point. And maps help with that.
Yes, I suppose. But if you're going to start on the Cosmic Road, there is only one starting point. Make sure you don't miss it.
Well, if we have the maps, we hopefully won't.
Correct. Or at least, I hope it's correct. I've heard that before.
That you hope it's correct?
Well, I hope that you are able to arrive on time. There's a bit of a timing thing involved.
Oh,
That's been mentioned to us before, that timing, we would have to choose soon. And now I'm wondering, is there a window of opportunity here?
oh, don't worry, Poe. For some reason, I feel like we're solidifying our path here shortly.
Very true, but oh well.
Oh, no, I mean, like, very shortly. Like, once when you leave this ship for some reason.
Lovely. Okay, well, do still like the idea of the maps. Is there anything besides the maps that you all wanted to invest in?
Well, we were just discussing ways to be able to access this shop, and I believe Lar made a connection with the shopkeeper, so we should be able to come back here.
Oh, okay, good.
That was right before we left, right? That you gave him the blood coin?
Yep.
Okay.
I would love to get as many maps within the sectors of either the first zone or into some of the newer zones if we actually can afford all of them.
I don't know if we need anything for the next zone.
Okay.
That would be a bit ambitious, and we might be able to afford better ones at that point.
Keep forgetting star maps are not just maps. Once you start getting into 3D, quality matters.
Oh, quality matters even in 2D.
Yes, old maps, or new maps even. Got to be able to actually say, no, this is right here. Also, time, depending on how it goes, can change where stuff is.
Mm-hmm. Or it's some giant event that launches a spaceship really fast straight through the cosmos. Might change something for some reason.
Yeah, we did do that, didn't we?
What are you talking about? Was there anything you personally want?
um, not at not at this moment, I don't believe.
How to Cultivate Your Tree in Space sounds like a great book to find.
Does that book exist?
If it did, I would know somebody who probably knows.
Is that are you musing to yourself that question, or are you actually asking that directly to Cubix?
I mean, I was saying amusingly out loud so Chungpo could hear me.
All right, Tree Buddy, be very, very nice. I'm gonna slowly pull out Tree Buddy. How do I cultivate this in space? I'm gonna have a hold of Tree Buddy just in case, making sure that he's not about to bite.
You know, that's interesting. That's more of a how do I cultivate my carnivorous tree in space? You just feed them other cultivators. It's pretty simple.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was something specific or a better path.
So if you were to plant that tree, you would have to give it a whole planet.
I intend to, eventually. Once we get to that way.
Okay, but the majority of its food source, when not planted, requires a lot of power. And the most potent source of food, with all the things it needs, inevitably are other cultivators. So,
Understood. Hmm. Uh, uh, if I had a lot of earthly poison cultivation knowledge, or at least a large source of earthly poison cultivation knowledge, and how much is that transferable into cosmic, and is there any books or anything that I would be missing for cosmic poison? If there is something, would you have it? If
don't
not,
break up your earthly collection.
understood.
It's not worth trying to sell off those books.
I wasn't more of just trying to fill in the holes in between earthly and cosmic, if there was any, if I just couldn't have anything
Of
like that.
course. I've got a very wide selection. I've got anywhere of books of how to deal with the poison of excess, and its counterpart, the poison of want,
Hmm.
all the way to the ship eater virus.
I do like the sound of all of those.
Mm-hmm. They're all available.
Yeah, expensive.
Well, the first two are actually very affordable. Poison of excess and the poison of want are just a very fancy name for wrong balance of breathable air, as well as not enough air.
Simple enough. And
You see, everyone breathes and drinks recycled resources on space vessels.
indeed.
It's only when you reach the point of the great void perfection true body that when that changes, it's why they're lesser poisons, because eventually a powerful cultivator can ignore them. But to little cultivators, if you mess with the oxygen balance on a ship, well, you've killed the crew, or at least put them to sleep, or whatever. And of course, thinning the air makes it become the poison of want.
Isn't there something about picking on little cultivators within the cosmic path?
Well, Poe,
Yes.
we're little cultivators.
Correct. If you're going to be a poison cultivator, be shameless.
Fair enough. Well,
Now, it's a cultivator poison, and if you practice a proper poison art, you should be immune to your own poisons. Meaning, you should be able to breathe improperly balanced, breathable air, and you should be able to survive on even the most faint wisp of atmo.
is that... No, that wouldn't be part of the body training. You could eventually, I think, get there, but that specific poison would be different than that, correct?
Yes, you can try to overcome them with body tempering, body reinforcement techniques. But if you treat it like poison and approach it like poison, you can cultivate it sooner. It's about a mindset. It's about your Tao.
Understood. And then the chip eater poison?
That's actually a poison you would deploy, and if it comes in contact with metal, it eats the metal away.
Understood.
All the way.
Mhm.
Leaving them with no vessel at all. There are many different variants depending on how fancy or how built their vessel is. Some are made out of actual wood, and you'll need a different one. So,
Hey guys, can we get a wood chip? Just saying.
how do I describe this? When you reach that level of poison mastery, it's called the realm of discovery and creation. All the poisons that you have at your disposal are but mere ingredients. Even full-blown ones are but mere ingredients.
Alrighty.
So, if someone has something that is new, it is very easy for you to just change your poisons into something else.
Can I get all three? And how much would that cost? Also, I don't know how much money we have, guys.
For cheap
First
things,
two can be part
yes.
of your the first two can be part of your store credit. It's
Okay.
rather simple and straightforward. It's also an instructional about how to counter it and how all the different permutations of where air becomes toxic and how to restore it. As for the ship eater virus, that is an advanced cultivator. Corrosive.
I'll come back for that one. For now, I think it's very important to make sure that I can maintain our oxygen. Or what needs to be done to properly maintain oxygen.
Well, I can create oxygen and air, but having multiple people, if I become incapacitated, is probably a good idea.
You can just make oxygen?
Well, I can't just make oxygen, but can convert energy into oxygen.
That'll be helpful.
Oh, yes.
Alrighty. Yeah. Cultivating tree, feed the tree, cultivating poison, just make. I think that's all I need for now. And if we can come back, then I'll find something later.
All right.
Okay.
Are we splitting the moon in half after this?
For some reason, I feel like we might.
You know, it'd be a great idea, Lyron. Us going
Splitting the
cut
moon.
You got some. That's a great idea. Let's go do that. Sound good, guys?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, we're splitting the moon right afterwards. Out of character.
Gotcha.
Because we realized
Okay, so-
after. Yeah, you
Yeah,
ready to split the moon?
How did that
Actually-
come about?
Actually, there's a few days first, but we can do that later. It doesn't really matter because we figure out we need Gestalt first. And then we were
And-
like, oh, we should go do things that give us Gestalt. And then we had the inkling that it was like, maybe go and cut the moon would give us some Gestalt. I think we asked your masters about that, if I remember correctly.
Mhm. Yeah, we asked V, and V was like, "Yep, cutting the moon will do this."
Yeah, how did the moon feel about that?
Can't really give you information about the moon cutting.
Because we're about to.
It's not. You're not cutting duality.
Okay.
So I was like, nah, that's not me, man.
I'm already half. I don't need more cuts. Okay. So, all right. What's this look like?
You're taken into the deep dark woods, given some very basic instructions, and you got one shot. You also need 100 martial Dow points of your Dow.
I think you have plenty, don't you?
I have life Dow, not poison Dow.
So I just need Dow points, right?
Okay. And then, yeah. I have 122 life Dow points of life.
I mean, the only other thing you do maybe is find something in your vault that can like poison the Dow itself, like that you already have, and then turn into something else. It's the only thing I could think of. If you really wanted to go poison based for your Dow points when usage, but I think it's just need to have them. If I remember correctly.
Alrighty. I mean,
Let me know when you want
I kind of like keeping life as life and poison separate, but it depends on if what would be needed. If I can just keep it as life and it's the same, then, or at least same enough that it's just like, you're fine, then I'll just leave it. That way I can also save any materials.
Up to you.
Life it is.
All right. You sound ready.
As ready as I can be for splitting a moon. Not sure what that entails.
Hmm. Boy, it's doing that thing again. All right, Mr. La La La. It's time.
Yeah. For what?
Round 2, Electric Boogaloo. Go. Just kidding.
For us to
All right, here we go.
move.
You go, Poe.
All right. Lyra and I will move down to just chilling and go from there.
You don't have to. Just as long as you stay muted, because you guys have already done it.
You're right.
Sure.
Stay muted.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Oh boy. So what you said? Here you go, Poe. I didn't know if you handed me something or if there's something that
No.
popped. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, V.
You walk to the edge of the forest on the earthly path.
Huh?
Forest filled with terrors, as far as the eye can go. But V finds a little off the side kind of path. As you kind of follow her down the path, kind of see these striations of light that kind of pierce through the canopy. You hear things kind of rustle around and dart between the shadows off in the distance from side to side. But nothing seems to interact with you on this little path. It was dark when you first entered, but as you further got in, you can already start to see a little bit of light pierce through, and the night sky, the rays of moonlight start to illuminate your way. And eventually, after quite a bit of trekking through the woods, deeper and deeper, you find yourself in a little clearing. V will turn to you. Your task is to cut the moon. How you do it is up to you. You get one chance. When you make the attempt, you must channel your martial Dao points into the attempt. You have as much time here as you want. At least a night's worth of time. If the moon in the sky moves across it and dips below the horizon, you're out of time. But while it's nice and high in the sky, the night's yours.
Can I ask you questions about
No,
how? No. Okay.
this is your methodology. This is how you cut the moon.
Okay.
I will give you one hint. When you cut it, do it right.
Okay.
So do it your way and do it right. I will be here to maintain this space so that other entities don't interfere. But that is all. This will make or break you going forward. If you miss this opportunity, the others might get ahead of you at one point, if they also are successful. This will define how much talent you'll have. Don't fuck up.
Got it. Well, Tenfo's just gonna move to the edge of the water here because just kind of like it there better. And we'll sit down and try to contemplate and looking up at the moon, wondering how the hell he's gonna cut this.
So, the water at the base of the, or on the little pond in the middle, is the clearest water you've ever seen. And there's this faint breeze of cool but not cold air that kind of travels across the clearing and gently runs across the water. You can see all the way to the bottom as if it was a translucent substance. As you look up into the sky, as you squint, the moon feels almost close enough to touch. I've never seen it so close.
And obviously, if I actually like reach my hand out to try it, it's not that.
It's always just a finger's breadth out of reach.
Okay.
But it's closest. It's probably the closest it'll ever be.
Chunpo will pull out his family heirloom sword that's been dormant and sitting there and just questioning. He's just like, well, if I'm cutting, this is arguably one of the only things that I have that could cut, but they said do it right, which, if it's how I cut, and again, I don't really cut that many things, but Chunpo will kind of more or less pull out everything that he has that he knows that could work. So he's sitting there with some poison at his fingertips, got some gravity in his hands, and, got Tree Buddy with him, and looking at some secrets as well. And it's just like, well, this is going to be interesting to say the least. Don't fuck up. You only have one option. Cut it your way.
And do it right.
Do it right. You know, it's not that hard. It's only cutting the moon. It's not... Every cultivator does this, right? Chunpo's looking at the reflection of the moon in the water.
There's a reflection of the moon in the water.
Still trying to figure out whether or not that reflection might be something that actually affects the moon, or if I'm just stupid. And yeah, it's a reflection of the moon, not the real moon. But
You have a martial insight. You can spend it for a clue. Different from an inspiration. You can also use points of secrets.
I think I'm going to use some secrets and find out just how many I have. Okay. How much would, if I said I was wanting to use secrets, how much would you be asking for?
You spend one secret to listen to the whispers of this place. Doesn't mean you'll get answers. You may get more questions.
Gotcha. Then for now, I will spend one.
Huh? Roll awareness.
Roll awareness. Oh, there it is. Right, it's a skill. Aha!
Everywhere the moon's light touches is the moon. You kind of listen to the secrets of this place. There are some concentrations that are more symbolic or even metaphorical of the moon. It's
Well,
even if you go after the reflection and try and cut that, it will resist as if it is the moon itself.
which means
But
right.
yeah, but you feel that in this place, literal interpretations is a facet you can pursue. But this place is so steeped in mysticism, symbolism, and metaphor prose and phrase are just as potent as the literal facet. What calls out to you? What whispers flow across this place and enter your ears that speak truth to Poe? Secrets that V told you as you walked in. And the instructions, however brisk and coarse, those are raw secrets. They probably kept those for a long time, only uttered to those who they brought here, and the path itself to come here. The fact that they know the location of this place and can find it consistently is a potent secret.
Mm.
So what calls out to Poe? What mysticism wraps its way around you and you go, that one? There's no rush.
Well, Poe's kind of talking to himself here. I've seen so many things and heard myself say, figure out what you need by gold. And there's so many answers on this path that's just, well, if there is no correct one, it's correct for you, though. It's rather interesting to try and think of just what, almost like odd math, just what math would create the answer you want. What truth speaks to me of how to cut something that should be almost impossible? Well, Poe stands up. I guess I should just time to evolve a little. I will go ahead, hold on to, well, I'll go ahead and spend one more secret if there's anything more. But doing it right, I guess the hard part is figuring out what doing it right actually means. Because you can do it wrong.
You sure can.
It's my last secret point, too. Damn it.
You might gain some more if you
I might gain some more if what?
you succeed.
If I succeed. I pump up my life energy and try to think of the concept of everything that I've done on the path of becoming something more than what I was before and evolving into something different. I think I hold on to my heirloom sword, and I don't really pump poison into it, but I guess I do, yeah. I coat the blade with poison and simply say that this is how I've gotten stronger. What do you want me to...
Are you asking me what you want me to do?
What do you want me to do to attempt? What does that actually look like in terms of rolling dice?
You
Like,
describe to me your process,
Okay.
which could be your preparatory rolls. It could be something you take 10 minutes to concentrate, or you just go up and go, I swing sword at X. Your process will determine how many dice you get.
I spend my time. I'll put my last point of secrets then. I spend some time meditating, and I have my heirloom sword, and I say that.
Willpower test
Willpower test. Okay.
for meditating.
For meditating. Gotcha.
What are you meditating on? Clear of mind.
Clear of self-image, or like creating the self-image of what I want to be, I guess.
So a
Or what?
reflection.
Yes.
A
And you go ahead. What?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so reflection. Reflection of what I was at the beginning of the path and what I've turned into up to this point, and
Okay.
what I know I want to be eventually. And the powers that I have, that I have learned, and what I have trained, and meditating on that and putting it into the seed, or quote unquote seed, of my heirloom sword that was a gift from something that I was before. And I'm trying to embody this image of evolution of I was weak before, and now I'm pushing myself to become something different that is strong enough that I will be able to live. Something that I lived through a blood curse with.
Okay. It's a lot to hold on the mind together. It's a lot of topics. So go ahead and roll a willpower.
Rolling willpower. Just any modifiers?
No, you're just meditating.
Gotcha.
It's too many things. You meditate on too many things for a single image or series of images to hold together.
Hmm.
It's not that it's not doable. You just are trying to grasp onto too many things. It disturbs the meditation, muddles the image.
I guess that's always the end with too many, or choosing too many options. So many possibilities, but possibilities only work if you can actually utilize them more rather than just picking one, I guess. How does one meditate on evolution?
Int.
What'd you say?
Roll int.
Roll
Intelligence.
int. Oh, I thought you said glint, and I was just like,
Yeah, roll your glint stat.
we have those.
You kind of puzzle it over. Humans are some of the best at evolution. Evolution doesn't have to become a new species. Evolution can be as simple as transformation from one thing to another. Humans are really good at becoming polarized. Only if you cut away your emotions or suppress them incredibly do you stay kind of within a very small range. In fact, you've already evolved multiple times. Every step you've taken from the moment you entered the path is a transformation. every punch thrown, every trial survived, every strange food and object ingested, every new knowledge. Those are all transformations, all evolutions.
So, with too much, but every step I've taken has been evolution.
Here's why it kind of came apart. You were trying to focus on too many things, every single step.
Just focus on the next step.
This is how you want to deal with it, Mr. Poe. No one else but you.
Can I see the next step in my evolution? Or do I just see the far off, 100 yards away, end goal?
Well, you were just trying to do that earlier when you were meditating.
Hmm.
You were trying to see past, present, and future selves.
I guess the real answer, or the answer for this problem, would be meditating on the evolution that could cut this moon, and what that actually means for me. I think I see why there's so many, or why it's so hard to just choose one. I've seen so many different things. I could just use gravity and crack it in half if I really felt like it. But I'm thinking of poisons, and I don't know if poisoning a moon is the same as cutting it. I could have a tree try and devour a moon. But which one's me? And how do I do it right? And what would evolution ask of that? Hmm. I hold and pull out my the heirloom sword that I have and hold it across the pond and slowly dip the tip of the sword into just the edge of the water, trying not to disturb it.
Could make me a sleight of hand test. Yeah,
Can you-
glides right in. You don't disturb the water at all. Sword is very sharp.
In the thoughts of evolution, past, present, and future, and what it means for me, and thinking on all of that, Chunpo stops for a minute and sits and says, "Don't forget the personal victories. And remember victory." And I'll sit and meditate for just a few seconds and um Is there a way to meditate on victory for something that you have no idea what it truly wants? Or just running at it as hard as you can and hoping for victory? Or is that...
Your master has, and you've heard of the other masters, somebody said this. Hope is not a strategy. Unless you're a hope cultivator.
Fair enough.
Lorekeeper actually spoke to you at length about this at once. It was kind of a strange, kind of an inflection rather than a direct teaching. Cultivators only make it so far. In fact, most don't make it far at all. It's surmised that not just the natives, if you exclude the natives in each area, cultivators who start at Zone 1, all the way at the beginning, most, say 65%, don't make it ever past Zone 2. Zone 3 chews up another 10%. 75% don't make it past Zone 3. And then by the time you get to Zone 6, 1% of, you think they said trillions of people? Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but the road is wide as it is long.
Hmm.
And this includes, if you add the population of the cosmos with the heavens and the earth. Each of those roads, 1% of everybody makes it to Zone 6. And that's just stepping foot. That doesn't mean you take a second step. The number dwindles every step. So hope is not a strategy at all, unless you are a hope cultivator. Luck can be a strategy. Just let fate take it away, but again, that's putting your hands of your fate in someone else's hands, and that, I mean, do you fancy yourself a main character, a protagonist, where fate is on your side, luck is on your side, and it becomes fortune?
There's the want for it, but does one ever truly know if they are the main character, if they are the protag?
You want to
Or,
be a
well,
protagonist, act like one. What would a protagonist do?
they just do it.
Well, it depends on your type of protagonist. Has Poe read any books?
I've read a lot of books.
Have you read any ones with heroes?
Probably.
Okay.
Out
Sometimes.
of character, yes.
Okay. Sometimes the protagonist struggles, but they know what they do, or they know what they need to do, or they just do it. They know there's going to be a chance they fail. Some main characters are just like, I can't fail if I tried. I have plot armor. You know, what type of protag are you? If you are envisioning yourself as a protag here. That's what your meditation is whispering to you.
Chunpo has a grin and a bit of a laugh afterwards of thinking on all of that. Some tears in his eyes and wipes them away, and he's just like, with a smile on his face, I want to live to the fullest. And pumps his life Dow into his sword and gives it a shot.
Is it kind of a flick upwards? Because you already have the blade in the water, so you just flick it upwards.
Yeah, kind of like not just flick, but like a full body movement of like cleave up.
Are you trying to cut the reflection, the moon, or both?
Well, I mean, the way that I understand it is I'm trying to cut the moon, but I'm cutting the reflection in half, cleaving up, and hoping that the moon also cuts.
Hope's not a strategy.
Right.
All right, make me a weapon skill test.
Seven.
All right, so we're gonna add your successful rolls to build up to this point. Your awareness is 10 DOS. Your second willpower didn't. Wait, what's the other willpower?
I only have one.
Oh, I had you roll another willpower while you were meditating.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to
Give
do
it
that
to
real quick?
me. Haunted.
Yike! Well, one of those was a failure.
Okay, so
Hold on.
if you want to, you can. If not, we can go with that.
I mean, it's 100. Let's see what happens with 100 failure.
Okay, so we have 10, 11, another 10. So that's 31 plus 8. 39. And then the 100.
Mm. I respect
The world
what
has whispered forward. You want to be a protagonist, do you? Prove it. You have 39 D100. You need a natural 1.
Ooh, okay.
There are some shenanigans you can pull.
Okay.
But either some of it must be described as you cut, and some of it can be potentially what you can do to recover, scramble, reroll, or get more dice. But this is the make or break point. You're spending. Something has whispered to you, prove yourself if you wish to become what you envision. In fact, this thing has taken it to the point where they're going to introduce difficulty. It's going to impose against your will.
Okay.
You want something that was not given, so you must take it.
Gotcha.
How do you take it?
Well, there's something that I've been envisioning that's a bit of a culmination of what Chunpo has slowly been becoming in the form of a form, but I don't think that I can just create the form right now and say I'm taking it then. Because it's kind of broken in the way that I envision it.
Not a form. It's a transformation.
Okay. Would you like a description of what I have in my head?
If you'd like.
Chunpo when somebody says, okay, take it, Chunpo says, okay. And with evolution on his mind, pushes himself to be the thing that he thinks he could be. That if he's just like, if I truly go through the cosmos taking what I want, then it's going to be looking like this, or being this, and has a growth of bark armor over him, and I don't know, feels like he's taller, I would say. In his chest, the way that I'm going full, it's stupid levels of envisioning, but he's got a black hole in the center of his chest, and it's like curving the bark towards it. And then he's got flowers of just dark purple that look very toxic from the eye. It's just like, I wouldn't want to get pricked by anything on that. But just this giant tree monster that also has a black hole in its chest. And it's just like, well, something akin to the 10,000 year kiloton guardian, like that level of tree monster.
Right.
But more.
Why don't you give me your 39 D100? You're looking for a 1.
Yes.
The more ones you get, obviously, the better.
Okay.
There's a very solid probability you won't get a 1. And that's where we start to scramble.
Yes. Because, yeah, out of 500, I got 7.
That's well above average, because usually it's 1 per 100 dice. But even then,
Yeah.
the dice system don't like people.
Yeah.
Do it. Sit. You're 39.
I got a
Fucking
1 and 100.
holy shit, you got 1.
I got 100 too.
All right, so this is where things get goofy, because you are trying to take it.
Mhm.
You go to cut the moon, and you can feel the blade start to slice through the moon, the reflection, and you have realized you have succeeded. Except the serpent, or the moon reflection, turns into a moon dragon reflection and swirls up the blade, and it goes to bite you.
Okay.
You want to be a protagonist. Be a protagonist. You have cut the moon, or attempted to, and the moon is fighting back using powers that it didn't have before. What do you do?
Well, I think that if I'm truly going just to be the protagonist and take, well, Tree Buddy's kind of hungry. I
Okay.
want to see if Tree Buddy can eat this.
Okay.
That'll be good food.
So we're gonna roll dice up to the time you roll a 100. So 37 D100.
Okay.
I will give you another dice roll. What's the command? What's the dice that you use to command Tree Buddy to force him to act
It's
or not act?
I believe it's just I say it, and then because he's been, or well, no, would it be weapon skill? Heck, hang on a second. I think it was a weapon skill because I had to get him to touch it, and then if they
Okay.
touch it, then...
Roll a weapon skill and roll a command test.
Okay. So, which one do you want first?
Either or, which works. We're gonna add the DOS together. We're gonna add it to 37, and then that's the dice you get.
11.
So you got 11 minus the 2 because there's a 100 in there. So you get 48 dice. You need another one. Go.
I need another one at 48 dice.
Mm-hmm. The man has the luck with him today. Let's go. Congrats. As you go, as the moon serpent spirals up your blade, refusing to be cut despite best efforts, it leaps forward, and the head of the dragon turns into that of a moon viper. It's going to strike your neck, and it's going to take your life with powerful yin energies. And then Tree Buddy reaches out and wraps around it, strangulating it, leaving the maw of the viper wide open. And as the venom from the fangs drip out, it lands on your flesh and disseminating into your body, spreading out powerful yin poison. And then the viper is devoured.
Good job, Tree Buddy.
All
This
right.
really stings. I'm going to try to collect some of this poison. This yin
It's already
poison.
in your body.
Sweet. Alrighty.
So, you took the protagonist challenge. Mr. Poe, Jesus Christ, dude. You had 2 chances to get the ones and you got it. Oh, man. Oh. Okay. So we're going to start with you become a protagonist. There will be these throughout the game. Protagonists are level 1.
Okay.
There are 4 variants, 3 known. There's the legendary one at the very end, but there are 3 types of protagonists you'll find throughout the path. The first is just you are a protagonist. You're not a main character though. That's the second one. You are an individual in which events that happen around you, you are always pulled towards things of significance.
Okay.
So you will get what is called a protagonist point. It is like a narrative point, but it's for fate and fortune to help either guide you or you do something a protagonist would do. Such as you have arrived just in time. Even if it's a little late, you know, proper protagonist entry, or reroll some dice, protagonist stuff. The moon venom has mutated into a special thing for you. You will have once a session plot armor. It's a very rare protagonist mutation. It's very hard to get. You only get it at places like this where you risk it for the biscuit and get the Trisket, which you did. So plot armor is just that. You have plot armor once a session. And it could be from yourself. If you do the sniff and lick test and the GM goes, welp, we're going to have you start to re-roll your character, you can go plot armor. I was envisioning that I did the sniff and lick test in my mind, and it was so potent, I thought I had actually done it, but not really. Or you take a strike from somebody and a little bit of blood comes out of the corner of your mouth, and you're like, good hit, my turn. So you get protagonist point and plot armor once a round, or once a session. Just kind of like fate points and narrative points.
Alrighty.
Your hair is your first indicator that you are a protagonist. It slightly stands up. It always looks just a little messy, but just like this side of like, it's perfect levels of messy, and it always blows in some sort of invisible wind.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. On to the normal rewards. You're going to get what is called a martial bypass.
Okay.
Very straightforward. If it has a progress bar, you can spend the martial bypass to just complete it.
Oh, okay. So,
It includes all the materials you would need as well. But it's a single progress bar.
and the martial
So
bypass.
if something is divided up into 100 stages, you can bypass one of the 100, but you have 99 left. So save it for something just right.
Gotcha.
And it happens instantly. So you don't have to spend time doing the progress bar because that defeats the purpose. Three notes of caveat. It cannot be used on progress bars that do not use a progress tracker, such as you need to roll X number of something. So if you need to, if it doesn't use this normal, doesn't use the normal progress tracker, it tracks via another method. Like you need to go out and kill 50 boars, like a World of Warcraft quest.
Yes.
Still got to go out and do that. You can't martial bypass that. That would be like a quest bypass or something. And the second one is progress bars with an X value for the ending. So if it's like you can spend an unlimited number of progress because there's no terminal point, you can't use it on that because it doesn't have an end goal. It has to have a do this out of this fixed number. Yeah. And if it does replace a resource, like it, because it gives you the resource you need, whether it's a catalyst or some sort of truth fragment, then it'll give you those resources, but it will make it just the bare minimum. Because sometimes there's different grades of resources you can collect for that same role, and it gives you a better outcome. It gives you the bare minimum of what you require to complete the progress bar.
Okay.
It has bonuses and negatives, but it's pretty good. You'll get yourself a martial enlightenment.
Ooh.
These are good. They can be used as an upgrade. They can be used as a clue. Or they can help you gain kind of a different, maybe even a progress path, kind of like the way Lar has done with his break swords and stuff. And he had to have some really wonky rolls to get that path opened up to him.
How would you... Sorry, can be used as an upgrade clue and...
It can create a branch of research, or it can, upgrade, clue, branch of research.
Okay.
They're one-time uses. You can declare them used at any time. I know Lar will most likely save until he's right about to complete the progress bar, and right as he goes over, he's like, "I spend an enlightenment. Behold!" Johnny likes to do that. More like a bucket of resources. Makes the level up extra spicy. The insight is a clue. You can use it on just about anything, including where do I need to go? Who's the best person to talk to? Am I in the right area? Am I missing something? It's the GM reaches out and gives you a little bit of meta knowledge. You're gonna get not one, but 2 Gestalt.
Ooh.
Yes. Gestalt is your talent tracker. How talented your character is. There are certain things that have you roll on your talent, roll on your Gestalt. You have to roll equal to or under the number, which means if something requires you to roll on your talent, you'd have to roll a 2 or a 1.
Ooh.
Most
Okay.
people never accomplish getting 1 Gestalt. 20% of the path is able to get above 1 Gestalt, because it always rounds down. So if you had 0.5 Gestalt, nope, it's 0. You have to have 1 whole digit, and you have 2 of them. As fitting of a protagonist. Two more things. You get a truth crystal matrice.
Oh. Oh, okay. So, my own truth crystal?
Nope, it's a matrice. This is a component of many you will need to form your truth crystal down the line. If you don't get enough of these by the time you have to do your truth crystal formation, game is over for your character, because you can't go any further with the content. These are going to be very important. If you had gold, goldiform layers, those would be for your golden core, if you were an earthly cultivator. These are also important to collect if you were an earthly cultivator. It's the same thing with the truth matrix.
Okay. You said
You'll get a Doubt Firmament.
Okay.
Which is things you'll need later.
Mhm.
Yep. Truth matrix, which is just a fragment of it. You get the firmament, and then you may leave things here in this opportunity, and it will open back up in 10 years. This place will be left in stasis, and whatever you leave here will be imbued with some of the most powerful moon energy over the next 10 years.
Mm.
But you'll have no access to it for 10 years.
It's with a heavy heart that Chunpo will leave his heirloom here as a symbol of just, this.
You want
Hmm?
to? Where do you want to leave it? In the water, on the rock, in the glade, floating above the moon pool? Like, where do you leave it?
I would say leave it floating above the moon pool.
Okay. Sandwiched between the reflection and the moon itself? Okay.
Yeah. And Chunpo will bow to the sword, and I will be back.
Now, there's one rule. If you're not back here in 10 years, there's a small brief window in which to come claim your stuff. If you miss the window, the forest takes it.
Mm.
So don't miss it.
Chunpo pulls up a calendar app and puts an anniversary and circles that need to be here.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last thing that I got was the Dow Firmament.
Dow Firmament, those will be useful later.
And would you qualify these as cultivation materials, or those things?
The Truth Matrix and the Dow Firmament are absolutely cultivation materials. But they're the really core foundational ones. Unlike Heaven and Earth cultivation crystals, those come and go. The two you got are you hold on to them until the big thing comes. And you stockpile, and then hopefully you have enough by the time it's time to use them.
Gotcha.
And
both the Truth Crystal Matrix was just one.
Yep, one fragment.
And the Dow Firmament also one.
Yep, one. You also get one enlightenment and one insight. Those can come and go. Those are resources to help you make your way through the complicated behemoth I've put together. This jank engine, this Qigong machine.
Qigong machine.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up on that for sure. Keys.
Okay.
Wow, holy shit, Mr. Poe. Damn.
The Martial Enlightenment was that one. The Bypass.
Bypass, Enlightenment, Insight, Firmament, Truth Matrix.
Insight, okay, so.
Yeah, Insight's the lowest of the bunch, so it's right above an Inspiration, which you guys have.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you roll 1d4, because I did say this earlier, so I'm gonna hold myself to the word. 1d4 for secret.
Yeah.
You'll get 2 points of secret.
Oh boy.
Yeah. All right. You are done. You have done the thing, Mr. Poe.
With the idea that I had of the form of giant tree monster, will that ever come into play, or is that a
protagonist is you basically you see yourself kind of at the end, your envisionment. You were here, it's over there. And instead of having these strands, these probability of paths, like the directions you take, branching off, decaying, snapping, disappearing, the threads of you reaching that end step are much more solid. You can see much farther ahead down the path of fate.
Because you can believe it.
Yes. Through plot armor, literally, and through being a motherfucking protagonist, there's a much better chance of you actualizing your goals.
Nice.
Yeah. So use these to your best ability, you can become a stronger protagonist called a main character. Above main character, they're called Sun Wukong. They are the heaven-defying sage. And yes, it takes someone of equal power or protagonisty, like nature, to counter someone like that. And basically, if someone of a higher protagonist tier than you is in the same opportunity, they're the main character. Like, this is their opportunity. That doesn't mean they'll get it, but they're much more likely to. Basically, you're in their story.
Gotcha. Or they're in mine, but yeah.
You'd be an important sub character, like someone that doesn't like, not a stepping stone, not one of those characters that shows up, talks some shit and dies. Like someone who survives the end, kind of beaten and battered. You got some cool stuff, but you didn't get what that guy got.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then there's one tier beyond the Sun Wukong, but no one. It's kind of a legendary, weird existence.
Riveth level?
Maybe more like a Mary Sue type shit.
Who?
Mary Sue? You never heard that term?
Mary Sue, no.
Oh, it's
I'm gonna TV tropes real quick.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead and pull it up and hit him with it.
Here you go. Have a trope. Where the heck? When was the last time there?
Have a trope. TV tropes. Visit site. Let's okay.
There's a bunch of different variants of Mary Sue. Breaks it all down for you.
Basically, it's almost like a GM insert or player insert where they're
It's
the
like your
coolest
OC.
guy around.
Your OC in a fan fiction. They're better than
Yeah.
everyone else.
They're better than
Yeah,
everyone else.
Because why not?
Because the writer said so.
Yep.
Yeah.
No flaws. Everything is perfect for them.
Okay.
They're only weak because they're showing vulnerability because they have they're multifaceted OP pile of garbage.
Gotcha. Okay.
Or they only show weakness to make other people feel like they're not a Mary Sue, but it's not actually a weakness when it comes down to it. They can just ignore it if they
They
want to.
chose. Yeah.
So. But it's something like that because technically Sun Wukong is Mary Sue.
I was about to say, I'm just like, I don't know, Sun Wukong's pretty OP.
But yeah, there's a mystical, legendary, mysterious tier above the Sun Wukong. We'll call it the GM's favorite.
The GM's favorite.
At least for now, until we get to find out the proper term. And you'll see these guys on the path. You can definitely tell by their majestic hair. Always majestic.
And just it's longer and more flowing in the wind.
Or spiky and like
spiky.
Somehow extremely attractive but messy at the same time, but it's just like the right type of messy. It's not slovenly, it's like professional hairstylist.
Basically, if you see somebody that looks like Yugimoto, run.
Yeah. He's a main character.
Or was it? If you see their hair actively get longer, then they're powering up.
Spike your hair. Yep.
Yeah. Spikier, more.
Yep. Protagonist powers. Yeah. Like Vegeta and Goku. That's a perfect main character protagonist interaction. You're in Goku's story, but Vegeta's pretty darn important, so he's a protagonist. He's just in Goku's story, unfortunately.
Alrighty. Chun-Po, after depositing the sword, will move up with Vicarius. Thank you for this opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back.
Indeed.
Move cube.
Oh, wow, Poe, what happened to your hair?
Oh, I cut a moon.
Oh. Well,
Making a little note to myself. I don't know about you all, but I definitely want to come back in 10 years.
oh yes, same.
Okay, good.
So anyway, I've been studying these cultivation manuals, and Lara figured out that you need to be showing an incredible amount of potential in order to get to the next stage of reinforcement. You basically have to roll a 1.
Oh,
2 for you. Roll under your gestalt. Or at or under. So, easier for
Yeah.
you. And now you have a month of rolls if you want to do the reinforcement training with us the whole time.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we have a week before the tournament, which I think Lara wanted to go to the night market.
Fair enough. All right, let me pump out those rolls real quick. So a whole month was 587 or 588 because of the 1. We'll stick to 587. I'm gonna try and train up the last one though.
The last of your...
Yeah, the last tier 1.
You don't want to go for your willpower reinforcement. You get Qigong of your choice as well from it.
Yeah, okay.
Up to you.
Which one do you guys think's more important?
Your reinforcements will make it easier to train your other things. That's why we were planning on just powering through a bunch of reinforcement, getting that all up to 10 for each of them, and then worrying about like refinements and the killing hazards and such.
Okay, and reinforcement, you're talking about the body thing that we've been doing? Or are you talking about the Gestalt thing, me rolling under 2?
So that increases your reinforcement if you roll under 2 while doing the practices in the cultivation manual.
Okay. All right.
2 or under, so under 3, I guess.
Under 3. I guess I should read those cultivation manuals as well.
The willpower one's the only one that I have dissembled, I suppose. Which means you're getting more out of it, namely the Qigong. And you can choose whichever Qigong you want. Doesn't even have to be one you have currently.
Goddamn.
Yep. Just name a Qigong, and depending on how esoteric or weird it is, it might be hard to find a use for it, but if there's a Qigong that you wanted, you could have it.
Alrighty. So I don't have to read that book. We all got willpower buffs.
Well, you'd be spending, so you spend a DTS reading a chapter, and then you get rolls, a number of DTA rolls to try to get that under a 2. So each chapter is a DTS.
Gotcha.
but you don't have to reread it each time. You just get to start trying for the next level in reinforcement once when you have read that chapter.
Okay.
And this willpower book has like weird illusion stuff all over it.
Gotcha. Okay. I will spend the DTS to read it then. And it's just spend a DTS.
Yep.
Do you
spend
have-
one DTS?
Do you have any willpower reinforcements? Or force of will?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Some things you all have that I just don't even understand how you got it, but
It was from like ones earlier on.
oh, okay. Normally I just take the ones, so I don't even think I have those.
Well, it was from taking ones and throwing convergences on them.
Okay.
Maybe a mistake. I went and retrained my first levels of reinforcement anyway, just to be sure that I was getting them down correctly.
Okay. I don't believe that I have any reinforces. So
Sure enough.
one DTS.
I feel like willpower and toughness might be the most important ones for you. We only have the willpower one dissembled at this point.
Only the willpower one already. How many? I spend a DTS reading. How many DTA do I have?
You have 6 DTA per DTS, which so minus 6 from your 588 for the first chapter. So 582 DTAs left. And then once when you complete this reinforcement, so when you roll a 2, you'll get that. Then you have to roll 2 2s for the next one, but you have to read the chapter for the second one once you've finished the first.
Okay. So, wait a second. Which one?
So at most, if you make it all the way to 10, you have to roll. So that's minus 60 DTAs. Or, yeah, minus 60 DTAs if you get every single reinforcement. Which I guess is pretty possible at 2 Assault. So I guess just roll 528 rolls if you're just doing that. And if you get
It's based on willpower?
no, it's based on rolling under a 2. So you'll roll
Less than 2.
528 D100s less than 2. If you get 55 successes, you've made it to reinforcement 10.
What?
Basically, you need to roll 2 or less. The other players had to roll only 1 because they only have 1 Gestalt. This is where your extra +1 Gestalt
Yeah.
literally doubles your chance of getting more
Yep.
cool shit.
I guess less than or equal to 2. So 528 of them.
Here we go.
11 successes. So you actually have more rolls. Because that gives you 11 minus 1 minus 2 minus 3 minus 4. You are at 4 and 1 success towards 5. So you have plus.
There's a few small numbers. Can I spend key on this to try and get more?
No, it is just the roll.
Damn. All right, cool.
You've got 31 more rolls though currently
31. Okay.
because you
those-
failed to get the 55.
Gotcha. Of those 11 successes, what am I writing down? Like reinforce?
He got up to 4 and has 1 reinforcement and 5. Matt, if you wanted to post the 4.
Mm.
T4 1.
No problem.
That's reinforcement.
Yeah, and he'll give you the text for that, depending on if your 31 rolls gives you 4 more under 2, which is possible.
Reinforcement, tier 4, 1 of 5. B
And that's force of will reinforcement.
slash R. You said 31 or 34?
31.
31, okay. D100 less than, still less than 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Less than or equal to. Oh, wait, did you just do less than 2? Oh, you just less. Oh, hold on. He has way more successes.
No, it's correct on the first one.
No, it's not. It's only counting the 11 ones. The first one doesn't say less than or equal to.
He only has 5 ones. The 48, 528 D100 is less than 2. That's correct.
I thought it'd be less than or equal to 2.
It counts as two. It counts 2s as well.
Oh, it does.
If
Okay.
you do it that way, yeah.
Mathematically speaking, it would be less than or equal to, but on this it does because, yeah, no, I only have so many ones. I didn't get 11 ones.
Sure. Carry on. Never mind.
Okay, so
Good catch, though. Way to look out for him. I appreciate that. But I've been rolling that particular dice for kind of a while, so we trust it just a little bit. Not too
Another
much, though.
success.
Another one.
2 of 5. Okay, so you have force of will tier 4.
205.
And then you get the text for tier 4. Wherever that may be. It's mostly defensive stuff. I think I only have tier 3. No, I got tier 2 because I read all the chapters twice.
Okay,
Doing other stuff with it.
gotcha.
Artifice. Learning how the book works. Because so the book is the whole book is one chapter, and then you flip back to the beginning, and then it's the second chapter after you've completed the first.
Dang.
And it does so with fancy artifice, of which I am also analyzing whilst reading it. Okay, we're caught up. Is Lar there? Hello, Lar? So you get 4 limit breaks to your willpower.
Okay.
And you have this last one. Why'd you post all 4 of them?
Didn't you get all 4?
Well, he did, but doesn't it just add on to the previous, basically?
Well, it's for your records.
True. Never mind. Carry on.
Certain players want all of the stages and all of the parts for their notes.
I already have too many abilities.
Fair. You could choose just
Condense.
to take the last one, but I'm posting what each of the tiers does, just in case there's a trigger for each of them.
True. Like the limit
Just-
break.
Some of them also stack on each other, limit break included, but the intelligence one specifically is pretty good.
Yep. In which case I would just add it all together into one ability, for mine
Correct.
at least.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. It's for your records, but only the highest one really matters because they all build on top of each other.
Yep.
You also have 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 Qigong of a type that you must choose. It's only one, but it can be any new one, a current one.
So you've got 10 Qigong being added,
Gotcha.
of whichever variety you want to think up.
From tier 4, 1 of 5, and then 1 just be tier 4, 2 of 5, or did I get all of tier 4?
You're
You
at 2 successes of 5 to get tier 5. You've got all of tier 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
It takes a number of rolls under your Gestalt to get to the next tier of reinforcement.
I will say this though, you guys are dodging a lot of other training because this thing also builds in the catalysts that you need to reach the tiers. So the progress
real
bars
looking
may
fun.
be, the progress bars may be easier
with some other styles. It's the catalysts that get you. This one's like, as long as you roll your talent equal to or lower than your talent, then you get the catalysts in addition to the progress. So,
Yep.
if you want gravity qigong, poison qigong, shadow solar, I don't know, protagonist qigong, I don't fucking care. Do what you want.
Wait, I should have tier 3 of my willpower reinforcement.
There you go. Take it from there.
Is protagonist Qigong a thing?
Qigong is one of those resources that you can have that weird shit. It's just the weirder it is, the harder it is to use. Although you could use maybe protagonist Qigong to empower or refresh or restore protagonist powers, but that's all it would be useful for.
Go hard into the protagonist tree.
Yeah.
I need to train willpower again.
Do you, Ner?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Let's see, of the Qigong.
no!
I actually don't have poison Qigong, but I don't have any that could actually use poison Qigong yet either.
Yeah. Or you go for some more cosmic aligned Qigong as well.
Tapping into your hoard, the Tomb of Poisons, absolutely will give you incredible amounts of things you can use poison Qigong for.
We'll go for it since I don't have any of it. Because now I
And
have
poison she.
Yeah.
Didn't see
Yeah.
my message, eh? It's okay.
What?
Hmm?
What was his message?
Let me see.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Wait,
It's okay. No, poison's fine. No, poison's a great choice. I just figured that would be interesting too.
Well, yeah, I think it is interesting. I also don't know how to use it.
Which one?
The story.
Yeah, that would be one of those weird ones that would be very difficult to use, but you could maybe.
Story would be interesting.
Yeah. Secrets, Qigong. The secrets.
Would
Secret.
That be, I mean,
Use it to conceal or reveal.
I don't know what a story Qigong, what that could be utilized as, how that could be utilized.
Lore Master might be able to teach you ways to do that, because that sounds right down their alley.
Yeah, but eventually, you'll want to consolidate power in the things you want to pursue down to the end. So in your envisionment, we saw gravitational forces, we saw life forces, we saw poison, and a lot of nature. If this is GM speaking to the protagonist directly.
Sorry.
If you want to reach that, consolidate towards that.
Black hole qigong.
Well, he
That'd
already
be
has
gravity.
gravity.
That'd be
Yeah,
just
he already
gravity.
has gravity.
Yeah, I was just like, I think that's
Either that or
Temporal.
mass or density qigong.
You could go for something that envelops both life and poison and go with the nature Qigong.
You could.
Or evolution
Yeah.
qigong.
Evolution. Power
Darwin
nature magic.
qigong.
Darwin Qigong.
Your home base is the Galapagos.
So thinking of Darwin Qigong, for Savalaire, Murphy's Qigong, Murphy's Law. That would be really interesting. If I can, then let's go with Evolution Qigong. I think that would make the most sense with this, as much as I do like the idea of story.
Well, and that might allow you to adapt your poisons rapidly as well.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ, somebody outside has the worst brakes. I'm just like, sorry.
Okay, I
Just
can't hear it.
Okay. Okay, so I chose Evolution. Got
So we got waveform, evolution, and what was it that you chose, Lar?
Yang.
Yang. Right.
Interesting enough, I have yin poison. Well, I got affected by yin poison.
Well, it's in your body now. You've got it.
Do make a very potent note of that. The qigong there, or the the energy's there. That is pure moon yin poison, or venom in this case. So it's one of those stuff you can't just stumble across.
Mm.
You might not even have any in your hoard. It's that rare.
Okay.
So that'll be coursing through you. The downside is it does increase the damage you take per day by 10 times.
Oh. Well, now we have to find that solution. After
Poison loss.
after the fact, or because you just told him after he spent a whole month.
I feel like you should have told that the first day.
Yeah, no.
Hadn't
Plot
been fully
armor.
integrated yet.
Okay.
Plot armor.
Okay. Going forward, Chungpo, you need to realize that it's a D1 times 10, so whatever, just times 10 at the end for your number, which is a lot more because if you just did 30 days, 30
take like 1,000 something
times 10, yeah.
Yeah, let me hang on a second. That's what
You don't have to do it now though, plot armor, but
well,
going
no,
forward.
but okay,
Just
so once
testing.
a day. So I've just been once a day. I've just been screw this poison.
Yeah, the GM forgot. So that's your the free plot armor.
Yeah.
Oh man, I need to make ability. The GM forgot.
You know,
GM
if you
human.
become a protagonist and you want to devote one of your protagonist powers to the GM forgot, I'm cool.
Yeah.
It's fun.
You'd have to get an upgrade similar to plot armor because that only main characters get plot armor.
Yep.
So because you got it at the opportunity, you rolled the double one. I gave you something special. It will be a thing that other main characters covet or protagonists because gaining plot armor is really hard.
Hmm.
Oh, I should probably mention this too. This is before the GM forgets. Spending merit on protagonist points will not work. Or protagonist stuff.
Okay.
You can build stuff around your protagonist stuff. Like
Yeah, like it's already in your character sheet, right?
yeah, you can't spend it directly, but if you were like, if I wanted to build an ability that helps me find ways or opportunities that I can use to improve specifically my protagonist stuff or my protagonist level, you can build something like that. Star Child, I think, is one of the more ideal ones. Once Upon a Time would also be really good to have.
Or build a conflux around it.
It can't select anything protagonist. You can build something themed towards protagonist stuff. That's tangent of it.
I was thinking, for example, once per session abilities. For example, your plot armor is once per session abilities. Well, I target once per session abilities, and I get an additional one per session.
That will work. That is a Johnny trademark loophole. Because he's not targeting protagonist powers, he's targeting the mechanic that is once per session abilities. Nicely done, Johnny. That's thinking with portals.
Damn. I was going to say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Nice job, Casey. Thinking about it.
Yes. I think about many things.
Yes,
Some of them relevant.
Well, who's ready for a little adventure?
In the night market?
Oh yes, it's been too long, my friends.
Ready when you are.
Same.
Well, good thing I have this Special coin.
The special coin.
Yeah, the night market token.
Oh yes. Okay, what do we need? You have your sword.
I need armor now, I guess. That's going to help versus devastating. I think that's the only thing I could really see myself hurting
Having an
from.
issue with? Oh,
Yeah.
just have a
Maybe,
bunch of Indomitable, like I needed to get for my training.
or something of a phase armor. Just, I'm good.
I mean, I could make it work. It's just, like, for example, I can use my gimmick. I can make that utilize. I can only do it once per session, though. But I could make it. I could, for example, roll a 100 with Rock and a Hard Place, and then apply failure Dow points to reduce, for example, devastating for the encounter. I could do that, but I don't think it's going to work long term for when I'm fighting within the tournament. That's all.
Yep. Who knows? I mean, early on, I don't know that you'll. I guess it depends on who you get paired with. Run into
Yeah.
people with devastating, but it's probably more likely the further you go.
Mm-hmm.
There are going to be rules where you're not supposed to kill your opponent.
I assumed he would be able to survive the hit. It's not my fault that he's weak.
Nothing wrong with completely literally crippling the opponent, though, as you said early on.
Yep.
And besides, if they couldn't survive my earth or my mountain shattering slash, then they shouldn't have been in the tournament.
Their fault. They should have known better.
I was not intending to be lethal, but unfortunately he was small and insignificant.
It's accurate.
So I'm going to phone Kunimitara, see how they're doing, see if they want to go to the night market with us. And I'll bring my finance advisor with me as well.
Okay.
And I guess it wasn't really stuff that we were here to buy. At least not you. You were here to help.
I'm here to make some friendly relationships.
Yep, yep. Did we find any ancient goodies for? Oh, we got the weave slicing sword that I doubt History Lady would want, as it destroys history or something. I'm not really sure what it does. Terrifying sword that we have.
Glitch?
No, not that one. We have another one that does bad things to reality.
Oh, you mean my long-term project? That one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah. They do not get it. Unacceptable.
Fair.
We can't let people just destroy reality whenever they want. Not happening.
Ah, so I'm more trustworthy. Good.
Yes, you're the one with the glitch sword. It's true.
All right.
I would like to talk to Lore Keeper if we're going to about finally being at the point to where I want to help Savalair in the turn.
Oh yeah. Well, we got a week.
Yep.
I think now is like about that time to where I should be making connections of things.
Well, good thing you have this nice new hair to impress everyone with.
Exactly.
All right. You're gonna go talk to Lorekeeper?
Yes.
They're usually available.
Mhm.
What do you do?
Oh, well, Master, my friend, it is finally time for my friend to be going through the tournament. And you had mentioned at the point how both the path of the poisoner as well as just finding certain connections and making sure that Nobody's going to come after my friend and try to stab him in the back while he's not in the arena. Things of that
Correct.
nature. Yeah.
Depends on connections. A lot of the issues that we're going to run into are going to be about how people are perceived.
Okay.
So, come, sit. This is actually a good lesson that I can teach you.
Take a seat.
The others can actually join if they so wish, but this is an important lesson nonetheless.
I send out a text invite and just be like, Lorekeeper's teaching.
I'll be
Every-
there.
All right. I'll see you in a moment. Walk on over. Fly over. Go fast. I don't know. Whenever we get there.
Okay. All right. Lorekeeper has a very basic lesson for you. It's about the nature of face, reputation, and victory. These are the three things that you have to keep in balance when going into a publicly hosted opportunity. So, face sounds similar to reputation, but they're starkly different. So, first and foremost, victory is what everyone's after. Victory on the path, victory for self, victory for those who they are connected to. Reputation is part of victory, face is part of victory. Everyone wants to win. People will try their darndest. It is very insulting to ask somebody to quit, to surrender. But you'll hear it a lot. This is your last chance to surrender and leave. I can't control what I'm about to do to you. You look too weak to withstand even a single blow. That type of thing. You also hear the phrase on a path, and I have made a nickel for myself every time I've heard this, said in the proximity of myself or directly to myself. And they will hold out a little snow globe, little like a ship in a jar, but it's a cargo ship, like a full freight cargo ship. This entire vessel is filled with nickels from a single phrase that I've heard. And you will hear this so many times on the path, you'll become tired of it. If you surrender now and cripple your cultivation, I'll either make your death painless or I'll let you go. It's the it's the most cliche phrase in the entire path. We haven't stepped into the public scene yet, but there will be a lot of people who will expect you to do self-harm if you inconvenience them. Don't do it. It's better to fight to the death, really, because that's what 99% of all people do anyways. The only time I've ever seen it flipped around, where they actually do what they're told, is the cultivator is so powerful they can wave a hand and their entire sect, everyone related to them by blood or even by friendship or alliance, is done. And if one person gives up their cultivation to assuage this individual, then it's worth it. But if it's
Look over at
Tibbs,
V.
no. I used to be able to. Unfortunately, my power output is limited. But yes, I could. I'd have to do a mathematics chant of a tier 9 or higher. If I am able to lock onto your commonalities, I can then individually target it, but it's not, I target you through the Tao. I have a causality laser that can split beams. So I just shoot you wherever you are. And then you disintegrate. But I've never figured out how to wave hand, use the Tao to erase you. Or make you explode or whatever. I like the appropriate approach. Most of the time, I just shoot you in the head, and then someone else can find your body, and then you can have a proper funeral. Yeah. So I've heard this phrase so many times it hurts. Usually, if I hear somebody utter that phrase, they incur a cost to me that they don't know because I've become so sick and tired of it. I built a countermeasure. So we'll have to deal with that. Anyways, reputation. Reputation is unfortunately a major contributor to an event. Who's hosting it? What do they expect out of it? Who is also attending? Is there anyone there of equal reputation or influence? Then the list goes on, and it's a dizzying series of complications. But you can boil it down to something very simple. What harm to their reputation will there be if X, Y, and Z happen? X, Y, and Z being any number of variables. But you can base it down to, if you beat this guy in the tournament, how does it affect the reputation? The why is, do you have a supporter? If you beat this guy, but your supporting faction's reputation is higher than the person you beat, then the expectation is you should have won. So they don't lose reputation because they didn't have much to lose in the first place trying to beat someone well out of their league with a much higher support base. So they don't really lose their reputation. If they beat you, they gain a ton of reputation and you lose a ton of reputation. Now, that's where it gets dangerous. That's where people start to play dirty. If you are a individual from a faction less than they are, and there's a good chance you're going to beat one of their prime contestants, they are absolutely going to fuck with you. They're going to cheat in the arena, whether it's through the contestant, through the judges, through the rules, outside the arena. They'll mess with you because they have reputation to lose. It's that little dance. Now, there's a bunch of other really important intricacies and small details, but when it boils down to it, the ones that you need to keep track of, unless you're a mastermind and trying to figure out all the details, is just who is going to lose reputation? Who is going to gain reputation? If the loser doesn't lose much reputation or none at all, they're not going to mess with you. Not normally. If they have a lot to lose, then yes, expect sabotage. Saving face is where this throws everything out the window. Because saving face is related to victory, it's related to reputation, but it also is personal. Reputation can be personal, but at the same time, it's minor in the grand scale of things, unless the reputation of the individual is as potent as the group they're attached to. So if you beat the sect master somehow in a tournament, well, that guy runs the entire sect. How can anyone else in the sect compare to the guy you just beat? Whoops. But usually, saving face is the individual tier. Like, it's down to the person you're fighting directly. That individual wants to win, wants to improve his reputation and the group he's attached to. But there's an embarrassment factor involved. Losing has degrees. So if you lose barely, but you put up a good fight, you don't lose much face. I mean, you still lose some because you lost. You're a loser. Get out. Oops. But if you get completely embarrassed in the arena, you can't fight back, they toy with you like a cat, and you're the mouse, and it's not a mouse that can fight back. They go out of their way to embarrass the shit out of you, you are losing a ton of face. Same thing if you're more powerful than them. Usually, don't go down that route. Some people prefer death than to be toyed around like that. Death over embarrassment usually is how cultivators feel. So if you're going to beat somebody, be quick. Don't play with them. Just win. And
Does
win in a
breaking
way.
all the swords count as playing with them?
Breaking their sword is like, do you want to continue? Depends on what type of sword cultivator you are. If you break their sword in the sword tournament held by the 12 Sword Tower, usually I'm going to say you lose. I don't know about the rules this time, but I think they have a sword breaking rule. But I guarantee you there's going to be cultivators who aren't swordsmen, but they require a sword to fight, so they'll strap a sword to them on their back, and then they'll punch you because they're a punching cultivator. They have the sword. The rules didn't say they had to use it. But
I can respect that.
We'll have to look at the rules when we get there, because they'll hold those close to the chest until you're on location. Now, poisons, we need to look at the rules, because sometimes some idiot who hosts the tournament looks at the rules and goes, well, we're powerful enough as a group that it doesn't matter what cultivator steps in. Not only is our candidate's going to win, but we'll win resoundingly. No. If you don't have rules for poison cultivators or any of the like, who knows who's going to fucking win? Poison's the great leveler. Mr. Poe, my disciple, hair ruffle. Wow, no, it does defy gravity now. That's incredible. So make that as a note. It's very important. Careful of the rules. If it doesn't say anything about poison cultivators, my disciple Poe will be on counter poison and poison shenanigans. Because we are absolutely going to poison everybody if they have no rules for poison.
Sounds good.
Why not? Because everyone else, if they realize that, they're gonna go, oh, well, I can use a poison pill or poison techniques, or I can poison my blade. Why not? Yeah. So back to saving face. Oh yes, what's up, little my disciple Poe?
There's no such thing as honor in these, or well.
Oh yes, that's part of the reputation factor. This is held by an orthodox faction. Honor is a huge part of the reputation. Good catch. I was going to loop around that as part 2 of the instructional, but you caught it ahead of time. Head pat.
Yay.
Honor is part of the reputation because of a different reason. This is held by the Orthodox faction. If it was held by the Unorthodox or the Demon faction, they have different forms of honor, but it may not look like the honor you know. Such as, it is honorable to just murder the shit out of your opponent. Letting them leave the arena or walk off is either dishonoring them, embarrassing them, because you let them walk away in their shame, because sometimes living and surviving is shameful. And in the very few instances, you have such a good fight that you want to fight them again. That is honorable. But we're talking Orthodox faction. How you win is super important. Build an image for yourself, like you're trying to do a PR campaign. How you win. If you can maintain that image that you were building, your reputation grows. Your honor grows. If you're, well, winning honorably. This will be very important because as you go throughout the fight, people are going to build assumptions, rightly or falsely. They're going to have feelings going into the fight. They're either going to be confident, or they're going to feel dread, or they're not going to know what they feel. Because the process up to the start of the fight is just as important as the fight itself, because you can win before the guy ever walks into the fight, and you didn't even touch them. They went out carousing with their buddies at the bar because they won their last one, and then the announcement happens, and everyone gets to know their next matchup for the day. And then that guy gets to fight you. And you have not only shattered the blade of every opponent that walks against you, you also took their right hand. Supposition. Right hand. If you lose the right hand, most cultivators are right-handed. And if you take their right hand, they will never hold a sword in the hand again. Which means they're probably done being a cultivator, unless they aren't a little bitch. So, how would that guy feel, knowing that he has to fight you, the sword breaker and the hand taker? Well, he's going to have problems. His night of celebration is going to be cut short, and then he's going to have a panic attack. Anxiety, tension, turmoil, he's not going to get a good night's sleep, that type of thing. You've won before he ever walked in. Reputation, built off an image. That's that reputation factor. Or it could be honorable. He'll know that he will live, and he won't attempt to outright use his most powerful stuff because you're an honorable opponent. You're going to let him use some of his more advanced techniques, even if it takes him a while. You're going to let him actually fight you, give a good chance, good fight. Or you have one of the demon faction practitioners who's like, I'm a sword demon. Once I'm done with you, and I have broken you in every which possible way, I will take your sword and I will eat it in front of you and in front of everyone here. Ah, it's going to be delicious. That guy knows he's going to
disqualify those people.
Reputation. Sometimes these people force their way into the tournaments, and if they can't find a way to get them out, they're stuck. Because the way you advertise the tournament, the way you invite people, and the image around the tournament itself determines whether you can kick people out or not. The 12 Sword Tower, their yearly tournament, is an all-comers tournament invitation. If you make it to the appropriate tournament venues, and you get you win top 3 in the prelim, you're invited to the tournament. Doesn't matter who you are. You just have to go through authorized channels. They don't make it easy for these guys. Like, oh, if you show up at this time on this day, you can go to the prelims. Oh, sorry, we had an emergency closure. That's how they keep them out. But if they show up with a tournament invite, well, 12 Sword Tower's fucked. They can't just say no, because then the demon practitioners can go, oh, you're just afraid. That's fine. And then their reputation gets hit. The face, they lose face, that type of thing. So they're almost forced to let those people participate. They will go out of their way to try and sabotage you or set you up so that they can make an excuse to kick you out. Like you did something uncouth, or you tried to hurt other fighters, or you're causing public mayhem, or I don't know, you're doing demonic bullshittery.
Sure.
Yeah. You can get other people disqualified if you don't want to fight them by setting them up. Oh, that's where poisons and drugs come in. Because if you use one of the passion poisons, where it's a aphrodisiac, and you get them really good, and then you get them in the same venue as the person they're like in love with, but they're from this prestigious, clean, orthodox faction, and they are like one of the white blossoms of the lily, like untouched, imperious cultivator fairy. And he lays a hand on her. Oh no. Well, that guy might not only be disqualified, he might be dead. Poisons, Poe. Poisons.
Indeed.
So, but back to saving face. Just rule of thumb, unless you really, really have to make a really strong point to someone or a faction, just beat the guy quickly.
Something for face for our for Savalaire. What face would you want to have?
What do you mean? I want to have a handsome face.
Well, sure, but like, if I offered you a poison for your blade, I realize you break swords a lot, so.
Mm.
But if I could offer you a poison, or if I said I could poison that person over there if you wanted to win, would you want that?
It doesn't go against my code of honor.
See?
So
Mhm.
That's faith. You are projecting an image. You are an honorable, chivalrous fighter. And that's okay. But that also is then... Oh, good. Sorry.
I was just about to say, my code of honor is such. I don't know if I've really presented it to you guys, but I try to live by this. Freedom above all. Always look on the bright side of life, and never give up on your path.
Well,
do
then
know-
I was free to poison people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter to
Do
me.
know if you get maimed and broken, we're going to the cosmic path, we can fix you.
Yeah.
You'll be a little bit different because we'll have to replace some parts if you're broken badly enough. But that's if. If you go in there as a chivalrous fighter, Mr. Lar, the crowd will absolutely expect you to be a chivalrous fighter to the end. If you aren't, you will lose face.
But
Yep.
face with an earthly sect is less of an issue since we're going the cosmic path afterwards.
Also, certain individuals will record. There's going to be some really nosy people here. So we'll talk about that next, but let's finish this topic. So, faith, reputation, victory. Balance those three, and you'll have a great time at the tournament. A great time. It's going to be fun. It's what it's meant for. If any one of these trees falls out of balance, you're in for a rough time. This is going to suck. You're going to hate it. You probably not want to do tournaments again.
You said face, reputation, victory?
Yep, face, reputation, victory.
Okay.
Now there's the second topic, but only when you're ready.
Just gonna say this real quick then. Savalaire, I will do everything that I can to give you antibodies to anybody that we think might be a poison, or if we have evidence that they're going to do this, then I'm going to try and counter it as best I can.
Sure.
Especially with poisons. Lyron, you're really good at hearing, right?
Oh yes, I can probably detect most people coming to, I guess, try to sabotage your equipment and such. Though,
yeah. Also, just I think any talking within like during the arena or like bouts of next people, like we could have information gathering, we can have face, and then we can have counter intelligence.
Sure thing.
But I'm good for the next thing.
Okay. So, this is an uncommon secret that is not too much of a secret to share, but it's something that's not well known. We'll go with that. It's not well known. Mostly because most cultivators don't really make it to Zone 4, so they never really find out. All the factions, the 4 factions, the 2 Orthodox, 1 Orthodox, and 1 Demonic faction, the 3 main sects of Zone 1, of Checkpoint 4, they're actually owned by a bigger group. Each of them. So, Slaughterhouse, owned by the House of Pain. They're a Zone 4 faction.
Hmm.
12 Sword Tower is owned by the Lofty Sword Pavilion. Also a Zone 4 faction. So, one of the major things that goes on underneath the turbulent currents of a very busy, bustling tournament is scouting. Just like when you are in your high school or playing collegiate sports, the big leagues, the professional teams are going to be looking to recruit or scout talent or threats. There's going to be a
Well-
lot of scummy practices about information gathering. It will not go unnoticed that you have cut the moon.
What about that the two spectators for this DAO group have also cut the moon? Will they be paying attention to us or just Lar?
Anyone who walks in, it doesn't matter if you're a contestant. They'll definitely pay way more resources and attention to those who are competing. But there's going to be no less than 12 different lists, really important lists that are, well, frankly, they don't really matter to you anymore because they're all earthly lists. You're going to space. They'll have their own lists. But a list to note is Future Dragons and Phoenix list. Basically, star people, star talents, geniuses, maybe even geniuses of geniuses. They go on a special list, and that list is disseminated to all the factions who pay that premium for that information.
So, for example, I found some secrets for Artifice. Is that something they can detect?
Maybe not detect, but there are 3 things they could use to detect that you are special. You're like you found some stuff. First is they may ask you just some questions. They may pay you for some answers. They may give you additional privileges, or they may give you a fucking questionnaire or a survey.
So don't answer surveys. Got it.
Well, some surveys, yes. Most surveys, no. Because some surveys are like, hey, are you interested in Artifice? Here's some extra questions. And they're like, oh, wow. Well, let's lead you to the Artifice section, exclusive to people, potential artificers, and you get access to a closed-off section. That might be worth it, but usually no. 2, they may have somebody from the Sanguine Society who is offering free bloodline tests. Normally, they're very, very expensive. But the Sanguine Society can help you increase your blood concentration. They can increase your talent. They can tell you all about your cultivation metabolic type, what your inclinations to the Tao is, like full clinical breakdown of you as a cultivator through your blood.
And what if 2 of us don't have blood?
They have other methods. You are not a unique case. They absolutely can still get a measure on you.
Okay.
Got it.
I will absolutely be having you guys do this once we hit the Cosmic Road. But we're going to do it in a private setting where the information that they gather is in-house only. That basically client doctor privilege. You have to pay for that, but it's worth it. It's worth every penny, every minor heaven earth cultivation crystal. So if people are offering free tests, fuck no, because it means they can sell your data.
Gotcha.
And that is some of the most scrutinizing data that they can have. It's a snapshot. It changes day to day. But a snapshot itself, where you are in a specific time, they can then extrapolate where you're going to be. Yeah. The third one, I don't think will happen. There's a certain cultivator type that they can pay to just look at you and they can devise how much Tao insight you've accumulated.
I think Lara's done something similar to people.
So we're going to be looking for a privacy screen at the night market. And if people are demanding that you have to fill out these forms, and then you have to answer some questions, and then, you have to give them some information to enter, we will leave the line and we will either sneak through the back door, or we will go and bribe somebody to let us in. We have the appropriate paperwork and the permits, and we have an invitation. We're not selling our data. Super important, guys. I cannot express this enough. Information is one of the most important things on the path, and not just about techniques or Tao or cultivation or whatever. Data about people.
Alrighty.
Especially if you're a contestant.
Wouldn't a privacy screen be suspicious?
Oh, fuck yes. It's a broadcast of fuck you, stop looking. But you're with us. And the House of Iron supports Lar, who is a tier 3 faction. Bordering on a zone 4 faction. They're not pushovers. They will be here because Lar is here. Even if Cooney shows up, their teacher will be here, and they will have a personal guard, a retinue, attached to them. Any one of those single first-tier martial artists can kill anybody at the arena. Except for, of course, the hidden masters and whatnot. So. But yeah. A Zone 3 cultivator can absolutely throttle the 12-sword tower. Who's a Zone 1. They're still black gold. Well, there's a half step beyond black gold before mountain climber, but if you're mountain climbing, you're a Zone 2 cultivator. That's plain and simple.
So we need a privacy screen. Law needs to go talk to somebody there at the night market. And is there anything else that we need in particular?
I was hoping to get some armor, and this Cooney was going to give me some, but I don't think.
You're
Can
not
you
gonna be
already
able
give
to
you
wear
some,
that.
right? Don't you have armor?
I
They
have.
They gave him basic armor from the Bullet Hell Mountain stuff.
Oh, okay.
Cooney crafted a set of armor before we went on Bullet Hell Mountain, actually. But it was like, wasn't too high end. You know what I mean? It was something more to obfuscate but protect. So having something to go into it would be really nice, I think.
Yeah. The House of Iron, their major sets of armor are more like plate mail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really interesting. If you continue to court them, they have a faction in space that the Iron Eaters are connected to.
Oh,
Cosmic Cultivator.
I didn't think they did. Oh.
Yeah. There are a space cultivator group that uses nanomachines.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh no, they're a different level of cultivator. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If we come across them, they follow a rule of 2 or 3. Basically, they only have enough resources to cultivate 1 disciple, maybe 2. And usually, the 2 disciples fight each other, and the better one eats the other one and absorbs all their nanomachines.
Well, I think we've got a nice 3-person balance. I don't really want to eat either of you two.
Well, there can only be 2, so if you don't want to eat them, then...
Right. I've heard that the current core disciple of the practitioners of the Iron Maiden, that space Iron Eater faction, They're pretty spooky. If you guys ever heard of a Ripper field?
No, have not.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a particulate effect that breaks down matter and energy and destroys it.
Oh. Well, that sounds
Does it?
terrible.
You know that universal law of matter and energy cannot be destroyed? This says fuck that.
Oh.
Well, I wouldn't want to get on their bad side, that's for sure.
They're far ways away, and honestly, they have a cultivator of that power and prestige has way too many things to do.
Good thing we're just baby cultivators, eh, guys?
Yeah.
Baby
Oh,
cultivators.
yes.
Isn't it nice being a baby cultivator? Yay!
Well, I don't know enough to say yes or no to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you'll find on the cosmic path, a lot of groups exist in these secret realms, these private dimensions that are controlled by an entire faction, or are even hotly contested if it's large enough. So, imagine having your sect exist in an alternate dimension. Good luck sieging that.
How would one siege an internal planet?
You break open new entry points using sophisticated space-tearing technology and cultivation techniques, shatter reality by kicking the door in, and breach. Breach and enter. Breach and clear. And then
Gotcha.
their Sector A activates, and you get absolutely sandwiched between the buzzsaw. Whatever else they... It's... Yeah, no, it's bad.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Something to keep in mind, Savalair. I didn't
Mhm.
realize that was a possibility.
The card, unfortunately, that you carry, Mr. Lar, has no such protections right now. It's been disabled. It has them built in, but the amount of power you're going to require to feed those protections, it's going to take you a little bit to get there, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
Fortunately, it has a obscuring technique, so having it on your person hides it.
Well, we can thank Duality for that.
Mm-hmm. Mm. There's other things that we could talk about, but these are the concerns and the you absolutely need to know going into a major event type of information.
Mm-hmm.
Question time. Because as a test, this is the only time I'm going to answer questions about the tournament until after the tournament. So it is a test. How to ask the right questions before going in. And this is definitely a test for you, disciple mine.
I
'Cause
have a
left something
question.
important. Good.
How much should we bet?
You're not allowed to bet on yourself at these orthodox tournaments. The other ones, absolutely, you can bet on yourself. But you can have someone place the bet for you as a proxy, which is a loophole.
I was just thinking, guys, since we're going to be going on the cosmic path, and we have a fair amount of earthly resources, I figured, why not gamble a little bit?
If you're gonna
Oh,
bet, you're gonna want to do martial coins. Martial coins are Path Omnipath. They're on heaven, earth, and cosmic.
Oh, I see.
Alrighty.
Well, in our little box, we have 3,507 martial coins and 2 fragments of black iron meteorite, 2 shards of black iron meteorite.
oh, we've got a cube of hyperdense black iron meteorite. We
And
should
a
just cut
cube.
that around. That will make us
No, that'll
unsuspicious.
start a cult war. The tournament will be canceled. We will be under siege.
Yeah,
People
but
will come crawling out of every which way.
Lyron.
I mean,
gamble this, right? You got one of these.
No, there won't be gamble. They'll walk off with it. Be like, of course, put it in this storage room for safekeeping. You'll never see it again.
Well, I mean, that's probably worth a lot more than most factions in this
Correct.
zone.
It is. Correct. Unbelievable. Mhm.
A question I think I have is, well, I feel like I want to know who's going to be there. I don't know if that's a question that you would even have the answer to, or if that's a dumb question to ask.
I do observe dumb questions. I observe them. I don't answer them. So if I don't answer them, it's a dumb question. But knowing who's going to go is not a dumb question. How can you get some information about people who are going to the tournament?
Ooh, set up a fake survey in the line and say that you have to answer it to get in.
No, they're going to cut you off because that the people who are there are going to be wanting to do just all that.
Well.
No, go to locations that sell stuff, rare
like
stuff.
the night market.
Exactly. We might run into contestants at the night market who are in the last week doing some very quick buying and selling to gear up.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Well,
where else would you go to find out?
Well, this is a checkpoint 1 location, correct? Or tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps the training grounds at the academy?
Not here. No one wants to go all the way to checkpoint 1. This is a checkpoint 4 tournament.
Oh, then how are we
We're going
getting
to be
there?
flying. Your invitation will send you a flying carriage.
Look for flying carriages in the sky when we get there, but we could also be, I guess, if we go up to where the names would be, we would have a whole list, but that wouldn't exactly tell us who they were.
It would if they're prominent enough.
If they're prominent enough. We would know the big names. The
Sure.
sneaky little guys like us. But
I could go to various eating establishments over there and listen in on conversations, see what the buzz is on for who expects tournaments to, or contestants to win.
Dining is a huge thing because those places usually are inns as well, and the more fancy the inn, usually the more wealthy and of a contestant and a cultivator there will be. So you can definitely get a good look. They may pick a fight with you for how dare you look at me.
he's blind.
Maybe you should be the one doing the looking then. They'll be like, oh, he's blind. How could he be looking? Then they'll have this suspicion, like, something's not right. Or you can say, screw it, and not even care.
Well, I mean, I can probably listen into most eating establishments from the outside.
Hmm?
Though that would be suspicious too, I suppose, if I'm noticed.
You could be a beggar playing an instrument on the side, listening in, asking for money.
Oh, sure. I don't know if begging is allowed in a checkpoint 4.
Yes, there is, because they're one of the most powerful sects in the path is the beggar sect.
Yes, so wouldn't they know their members?
Just consider if there's a guy banging on the street, they're a private cultivator, but most importantly, they're an information gatherer. They don't live glorious lives or glamorous lives. They live as beggars. That's their path. But not their Tao, but that's their group. You can pay them for information. It's going to be hotly contested.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is if I disguise myself as a beggar, wouldn't I invoke the wrath of the beggars?
They'd test you, and then they would try to induct you into their group.
This is a great chance to gather people, because also people will be broke after the tournament because they're going to lose all their money betting, or somebody's going to take their money. There's going to be pickpocketing. They're going to be broke, and they're going to become beggars because they have no money and they somehow can't seem to get any more. And that's when the beggar sect recruits you. Or if you're a ninja or some sort of sneaky bastard, the How sect, H-O-A, the How sect would might recruit you. They're a shadow sect, so an orthodox. They're publicly known for selling information on the market. The beggar sect is they're beggars. Don't look too close. Also, they smell. They're totally not listening into everything that's going on around them and selling it for profit. The house sect doesn't care.
We could capture the leaders of the houses and interrogate them as to who they put in.
That's bold.
That's bold. Yeah, that's pretty darn bold there, buddy.
They would never see it coming.
I think they wouldn't see it coming for the sheer fact that they'd just be like, somebody actually tried that. Wow.
Well, as
It's
your master just said,
audacity.
they're mostly
Audacity.
black gold practitioners, yes?
Unless there's an ancestor or someone from up higher up.
That's why you target someone who isn't and make sure that it isn't noticed.
I don't think that
Keep them captured until the end of the tournament.
I don't think the masters are going to be below black gold at best. And you know what, Lyron? If that's the best choice, good luck.
It's certain to get good information if they've got a weak mind. And you can capture them, I suppose.
I'm not sure masters have minds.
What? Excuse me. You talking shit over there, apprentice?
I said I'm not sure masters have weak minds. If any,
Oh, weak minds. I thought
heard
I
mine.
missed the weak part.
Yeah.
Have minds.
no, my master, you are not. You are great. I like the idea of pretending to be a beggar. Lyron, I think not to force you into beggarding, but what if you pretended to be a beggar, listen, and I tried to talk to the house of was it Mao or How? And just buy
The
information.
How clan?
The How clan.
I can do begging. I was a beggar for a short while before I was recruited by the gang.
Oh, okay. I think it might be interesting if one is begging, one just buys what we can find, and we gamble on anything else.
Well, night market first for all of us, and then we'll head over there and...
Indeed. Sorry, getting ahead of myself.
see what we can figure out at the night market.
Still going to the night market, but Savalaire, have you thought of your face?
I'm just going to go in as myself.
Fair enough.
Seems good. Okay. Just a moment, double checking something. Questions for Lord
Lord Keeper.
I'll be right back. I just go home.
Last questions for Lord Keeper.
Oh, let's see. How do you know when? How does one know when they should, or when they are beaten, or when they are outmatched in the game of cat and mouse on the outside of the tournament? Or is that you find out when you lose?
Hmm.
Oh, you can tell pretty quickly if the person's overpowering you. Everything you do just seems futile. And even the smallest movements on their end is almost impossible to defend against.
I guess AFK, my fire alarm is going off.
Ah,
Anyway, good luck. I'll be on my phone, I suppose, so I won't be able to make any rolls, really. But...
All good.
no,
So,
if you can't do anything, then just forfeit because you can say I surrender.
well, for the tournament, that good to know. But for trying to play cat and mouse, if somebody outcats me while I'm trying to do things from the secretive side, I guess that just would depend on what that looks like. I guess. I feel
It's
like.
subjective.
Mm.
I know. Not helpful.
Well, bad question then. But
Follow your gut. If you can't resolve that feeling in your gut, then follow your gut.
Do you think we can win this tournament?
Yeah, I think
Alright.
Lar can. On the sole premise is he has the backing of his own 3 faction. It's not that he can't win, it's that is he allowed to win? That's where that face victory reputation thing comes in.
I guess to the night market then. Unless over the table, do we want to wait a second and figure out the fire alarm situation? I realize he's gone, but
Oh shit.
Yeah, but wait.
Yeah, let's wait. I got
Yeah.
food from Allie, so I'm good.
I have food.
How was Allie today?
I think Allie's doing pretty good. Today we just got a Luna girl from the hairdresser, and she is looking beautiful. We got some Dairy
They
Queen.
do need a lot more grooming, don't they?
Well, yeah, you don't shed, but she just looks absolutely adorable. But she's going to be a little cold since it's winter. But we got jackets. We can put some jackets on her.
Of course.
Here in, according to DoorDash, roughly 10-ish minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, I should have food at my door.
I see.
Yeah.
Did you get anything for us?
You know what? If I can digitally buy the sushi or a crab rangoon, then sure. Oh. Is your building okay? Are you safe?
I'm sure. It's probably just some plumbing thing. The fire truck just got there, so.
Okay.
Most like
At least not in California.
oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's actually not been a very cold winter, but
I've been, I don't know if I've been scaring the people in my neighborhood, but I've just been going out in short sleeves and they're just, bundled up and people are just like, how are you surviving? And I'm just like, "Dude, the wind's not even blowing, man. Like, the windshield's nothing. It's slightly cold, but like, eh."
yep.
Um, hmm. Lyran.
Yep.
Would you, if we went to the night market, would you want to be doing any rolls? Because I realize you're in a predicament.
Oh, they turned off the alarm. I'm going back inside. I'll be right back on my computer.
Okay,
Cool. Well,
that works.
goodbye for a minute again.
All right. Well, at least his house isn't burnt down, or apartment.
Mhm.
I know in my shoes or a similar predicament, that would suck.
Yes, it would. Oh, the consecutive sneeze attack. It got me.
Triple combo. Oh God.
Basically, yeah. It was rough. Ugh. Almost died. But I fought back. So I didn't.
Good job. Successfully passed the Constitution test.
Yep. Oof. That was rough. Scrolling, scrolling. What? Scrolling.
Keep scrolling.
Eh.
Are there cosmic tournaments, or do they look completely different from?
Oh, of course they're tournaments. They'll just have space themes.
Gotcha. Less 1v1 and I don't know.
There will be some ender game level stuff where it's like you have some 3D gravity. Your team fights the other team. Eliminate all the opponents or get to the other side type of stuff. But
Gotcha.
but not always. There's gonna be some interesting stuff. Okay. But yeah, there's tournaments. Sometimes they have what they call a traditional Earth Road tournament where they actually do a Earth style tournament with gravity and it's a ring and
Nice.
for the novelty.
Oh boy, we get to go back to our roots.
I get to go touch grass. Does the arena have grass? Yeah, we made sure it had grass and pools of water that aren't floating around as a choking hazard.
Look, we have fresh air.
And that air is guaranteed and insured. It's thing.
Alrighty. I guess there was like a pipe that ruptured or something.
Ooh.
Entire first floor of the parking garage was flooding, so yippee.
Ooh, somebody didn't control that particular thing.
Somebody
It gets
did not do
cold.
their job right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, the plumbing in this building is fucked. So
Gotcha. My food delivery is basically here. I'll be right back.
Okay. Y'all making me hungry.
Well, it's 12 for you guys now, though, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I had breakfast earlier. I had everything bagel with cream cheese and pepper jack chicken.
Ooh.
A deli sliced turkey, and it's like fucking built different. Tell you what. How dare you?
I dare.
Welcome to the night markets. Crowded as fuck.
I'll be able to see it in a second. Not at my computer.
Yeah. So it does give me a moment to go put more water on the pot.
Kettle.
Yeah, I'm happy with myself because normally I'd go out and be getting food and shit, but I spent some cacherinos to get some ingredients, and I made myself meals for the whole week.
Proud of you, Matt.
It's the same meal, but I'm one of those weirdos that if I like it enough, I will eat it over and over and over again. In fact, I look forward to it.
I've been eating fish sandwiches for the last couple of weeks.
That actually sounds good.
Yeah.
You out of breath?
Yeah.
You did the stairs.
No, I climbed the fire ladders because it was faster. No,
Oh.
there's not any of those.
Say that'd be pretty committed.
Dope. Oh, this is pretty full. Got a few people over at Snage Snoopy's. There's a person over at the fruit stand. No.
I'm guessing we're
He's
at the
probably
night market.
buying tomatoes to throw at people.
Trying to avoid scurvy.
There's a couple of people at Crom Mishlo. Mishio.
Yep.
Lars in line there. We never actually interacted with this tree before. I think it was a bunch of slaughterhouse people there last time, though.
There was, yeah.
These two theoretically might be slaughterhouse.
I wouldn't be surprised, but there was like the slaughterhouse head there last time, I think.
One of the many elders.
One of the ones that we had met before, rather.
I believe Medusa Lady, we were told, do not approach.
No,
unless you
Medusa
have
Lady's.
business.
Yeah. She like sells, I guess, army, mercenary stuff.
They sell all sorts of stuff. They run the night market.
Yeah, this is their baby.
Oh,
Okay.
So, they do business, but they only do proper business. So, if you're gonna buy something, at least do barter with proper goods or martial coins.
I kind of want to get another high-grade stasis ring for the storage rings. We could do that. We don't know actually how expensive that was because Cooney bought it last time.
I do kind of want to look at the tree a little bit, and if these guys stop me, okay. But I want to peek at it. Yeah, okay.
I guess while people are waiting in line or looking at the tree, I'll just be listening in for interesting conversations or what other people are purchasing.
Okay. Yep. Obviously with restored histories, they have most of these vendors have privacy screens.
Oh, got it.
Especially Craw. They
Yeah,
have a very open privacy screen. And it looks like a lot of privacy screens are being erected. But once they have the item, if it doesn't immediately go into the space ring, it's pretty obvious what they have. All other conversations pretty neat though. Lar, when you get close, the lady with the crystals on the left is a glitch practitioner, and the one on the right is their disciple, a fractal practitioner.
Oh
Neat.
Being close to them is bad for your health.
Oh, okay. Step back.
I didn't realize Glitch was a whole practitioner.
It is if you're a fucking crazy person. Yeah, so you guys...
Well, that might not be great, because I can't put my sword in the spatial ring, so it's just on my belt. But it's also... Anyway.
Lyron, you get within a certain meters, the head of that individual turns to you, they squint with their one good eye, and the fractals shift and change with the other, and they crook a finger at you. Come here.
Oh.
Come here.
Oh. Hello?
They'll hold out a crystal between, floating above two fingers, and they'll kind of think hard at it, and it speaks to you. You have something you shouldn't. Give it.
I made this, though.
I will not ask twice.
It's being contained.
Lyron, maybe they'll, help you out with the sword.
Yeah, I'll hand it over.
Okay. I'm gonna pinch it, and everyone in the whole area kind of pauses and looks over like, oh, here we go. And they're gonna unsheath it, and this thing has this screeching, keening noise.
I remember that noise.
Yeah. And they're gonna grab it with their bare fucking hand, and the blade's gonna shatter, and all the fragments dig into their flesh and flow into their body.
Oh.
And then we'll hold the crystal back up, and the crystal will speak. Now it's contained. I am the Glitch Saint.
Well, that took all of my blood to make.
Fear not. You will be remunerated and reimbursed for your loss. What would you like? And no, you may not have my precepts. They will tear you apart.
I wasn't thinking about that. How about a favor in the future, if I need one?
I don't do favors. I forget them.
Ah. Well.
I can make you a spatial ring that you will never need another.
Oh my. What, that sounds exciting.
Maybe change your gestalt.
Change it?
Improve it. I mean, it's Glitch. It could go anyway. But the fact that you have it, that might be interesting.
Could you increase my potential? My talent?
I could. It'd be ugly. It could go any which way.
Yeah, see that,
And yes, I can have you go into negatives.
Ooh.
That sounds bad.
It does strange things. Misfortune finds you at all times. You will fail at everything you do.
Have you heard of the phase star?
Yes.
That happened. I've run into that before.
Isn't there someone you don't like? Maybe they can do something about it.
I can kill someone for you if you'd like.
I mean, it's more of a faction, and I don't really
you
know
want
if
them eliminated, I will do that for you for the sword you've given. Name the faction, and they will be eradicated by the time I leave.
Oh. See, that's a
Hard bargain.
it's a hard bargain, yeah. This spatial ring that you could create, does it have any other properties to it?
Any other properties to it? Yeah.
Yeah. What else? What did you want it to do?
Energy storage, perhaps, as well as
Simple.
matter.
Didn't catch what you said, Matt.
Simple.
Simple.
I could make you a new blade. It wouldn't be glitch or fractal. It would be something usable.
Well, I have a blade already. Well, other than that one.
They're
so
gonna
don't-
squint over. That will suffice for quite some time. You will not need another sword.
Yes.
I could just give you money.
I think that spatial ring would be quite good. And you, like, infinite capacity? You said I would never need another one.
Correct.
That sounds quite appealing. What do you think, Lara? You were having some issues putting things into your large spatial ring, weren't you?
Well, yes. Unfortunately, there was a situation where density within matter. You know what I mean? Like, there's a higher energy states require more, even though it's the same size as something else. You know what I mean?
If you build something in a capacity that requires you to pay attention to those laws of space and time, yes.
Right. So,
I think I'll take that spatial ring.
I think it's a great
Very
idea.
well. And they will hold out a hand, and crystals will start to form. And it continues to flow out of their palm, these little crystal pieces. And they continue to condense the crystal for quite some time until it forms a perfect crystal polished ring. Here.
Oh. Well.
The Hall of Endless Mirrors.
Ooh.
When you access it, it will project your mind and spirit inside the ring. You will store the objects inside in reflections, and they will be trapped in the ember.
Oh, so it's in stasis as well?
Correct. The only thing that will break it is glitch or fractal. If you're able to find the deepest parts of the circuit inside the ring, there should be some fractal containments of a low order. Glitch will be your greatest enemy. It will break this, so don't.
Oh, sure. Though, from what my brief experience with the glitch, it seems to be able to affect almost anything anyway.
Correct.
What about defenses?
If they walk inside, or if they try and enter it, it's the Hall of Endless Reflections. It's akin to the mirror dimension, and only the acknowledged owner can treat it like a gallery.
So,
Contort it to your mental space of your choosing.
what happens if I force somebody into it?
They'll be trapped in a reflection. Stasis for all time until you let them out.
Huh.
Basically, Trazen's gallery.
Well, there's an interesting gift.
Mm-hmm.
This
Right.
exchange seems sufficient. I couldn't really use that sword, and it seemed quite powerful.
It was going to cause you problems in the future. There's a faction out there that is looking for weapons like those, the ones you had, so that they can tear reality open and let the things beyond in. Just by
The Advocate
having
of War that was interested in it seemed to think that there was some labyrinthians that could use it to stop that type of thing as well, though.
Labyrinthians are a different breed, and they fight on a battlefield that can handle a glitch weapon. Here, I am its protector. If there is going to be glitch, eventually I will come in contact with it. I gravitate towards it, almost like a protagonist would to success. And eventually, lo and behold, I will claim it. But I always will give in return for what I have taken.
Well, I guess one more thing then, a piece of information. How did you start down that path?
No, I will not tell you that. You are not my disciple. That is not information I will share.
Fair. Very well. I wasn't really interested in going down it myself. I was just curious.
Know this, as the Glitch Saint, if you practice the art of glitch, you will come across me. And unless you can defeat me, I will absorb you like I have every other glitch practitioner or item or idea. I am its receptacle, the reservoir of glitch on this plane. It is dense enough that it is stable, like a black hole.
Interesting.
It is when it's not dense enough that it lashes out and touches everything. Glitch so dense it crystallizes. That is all the information I will impart upon you.
Yes, that sounds like an interesting existence. Anyway, Lar, you enjoy your waiting in line.
Oh, yes, I
It's
have lots
uncomfortable to
think
stand
about
near
now
you.
Of,
No offense.
seeing that
Three
spectral.
things for your item, your ring. You need to find an appropriate sized mirror or reflective surface to store the appropriately sized object. If you can't, then you must use perspective, as they form kind of a rectangle with the L shape of each hand, and they make a box, kind of like a lens, and they will move it close to their face, out, away from their face, and back in again. Perspective, if you can't find a mirror big enough.
So it just needs to be able to fit within the mirror.
Correct. If something gets loose in your halls, if they have the right object, item, or cultivation, they can start breaking your mirrors. It is not a perfect item. And if a mirror is broken, the containment is let out. And if you have stored something through perspective, it'll resume its normal size, shape, weight, density, mass. And it will be superimposed on the ring, and the ring will not be able to take it. And then you will have whatever that object superposed on yourself, starting with the origin point of your finger.
Oh. Well, that could be useful in and of itself, though.
No, it would destroy the ring and everything inside. You would be, I think, what the common cultivator term is, a loot pinata.
Aha, I have one of those.
Cultivators do love themselves a loot pinata.
Sorry, I have a ticket for a loot pinata is more what I meant to say.
Well,
Well,
we need to make an adaptive lens for the Ori, and that should work out pretty okay.
Well, Lich Saint, I appreciate you helping out my friend. Good
it is
trade.
my responsibility as part of sainthood, unlike the emperors who are pursuant of selfishness. We saints pursue our single interest, our single path, our single Tao, and in such we are responsible for that exact thing. We are also the pinnacle of it. There will be no emperor who can compete or even take the name of something we are the saint of.
Yes, but what if it's multiple things? Say this sword was found by the Sword Saint. Would you seek to fight him for it?
I would kill them for it. And they know not to touch anything glitch. Just because it's the shape of the sword doesn't mean it actually is a sword. That is a weapon of mass destruction. That is a reality-tearing, world-sundering weapon. They know better than to play with it. The glitch will take swords and twist it into a form in which it is no longer a sword, and the Sword Saint is no longer a Sword Saint. They know not to play with glitch. That's why they always summon me to handle it. Now, there is merit in your words. A gun sword would be a interesting conundrum, especially one that can't be separated into two parts. The gun saint and the sword saint would fight over it, if it is a item even worth fighting over in the first place. Usually the object is destroyed in the resulting contest. But you've never met the Sword Saint, so you will understand what they're like if you ever do meet them, and I pray you don't, because they are very extreme as to what they have become.
All right.
Now answer me this. Which among you is competing?
Oh, that is me.
You choose now.
Oh,
I am debating whether to exercise my influence as a saint to have my apprentice compete. I want an opinion of someone who will be competing. They will use fractal power.
no.
I permit this. I don't care what the tournament rules say. So, do you find it fair that they could potentially participate?
Hmm. You know, I think everyone should have the freedom to do so. Do I want to go up against? Probably not, but I cannot stop them in no ways. Do they have a ticket?
No,
Oh.
they don't need a ticket. They're my disciple.
Ah, see, I didn't know that.
Any venue would be honored to have any of the disciples of saints or emperors compete. Just our presence alone elevates the venue far beyond they originally anticipated.
Well, do I think it's fair? Not really. But is life fair?
A
Sometimes.
good duel answer. I will give you one piece of advice then, as I have chosen to let my disciple participate. You must engage in a Dao battle. That's the only way you'll survive or win.
I see. Well,
It is not going to be appreciated by those in the stands, the observers, those who paid good money to watch you fight. But my disciple has never lost in a physical contest, nor will they, because it's not possible with their current cultivation, their Tao, and what they're capable of. But they need to be honed like a blade's edge in the art of Tao battles.
don't we all? It's always a good opportunity to do so.
So, know this. If you face them, I have given you a hint. It is only fair, yes?
Yes. Speaking of, since we I know your name or title, you can call me Larry. Nice to meet you both.
Once upon a time I knew which race you were part of and the entity that created you, but that is a different fractal, a different glitch of myself.
Well, if you ever see my twin, well,
Pray I never meet them.
yes.
I do know this. Your particular side has a built-in defense mechanism. Obliviousness.
Mhm.
You do not peer any further than you should. You're polite, you're gaffable, you're gregarious. Your other half is too analytical. They'll try to peer into things they shouldn't. And just like your shattered eyes, the glitch will find a reflection and bore into their skull through their eyes if they look too deeply. So, pray I never meet your other half.
Yes. I'm sure there's somewhere on the path. Actually in zone 2, I do believe. But you know.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Lar, these people are hard to look at.
Good
The
thing
polygons change shape, which you've
Yeah.
never seen before. They're always the same shape, and they're usually always the same size. These
Yeah.
change size, shape, and dimensions, and these are 6-dimensional polygons.
Nice. Well. Are you here to see Craw then?
Yes.
Ah, yes. They
We
are.
have found a fractal maiden.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. and we have Craw to thank for the proper butchering of such a construct. For it possesses no flesh, and it is an iron maiden, filled with fractal crystals to torment and further imprison the entity inside. It was once human, but was trapped inside, but now a demon beast.
Well, good fortune to you then.
No fortune. Fortune doesn't touch me. It knows better.
Ah, yes. Good fortune for Crawl, though.
No, this is a misfortune for them.
Oh, that's good.
You have been fortunate, though. You've been blessed by a fragment of a pyramidium, whether experimental or the true one.
Yes, I've heard great things about these pyramidiums.
Mm. Once you've cultivated your Jade Palace, construct a room of lenses, a room of prisms, a room of shapes and fractals. Use that and the foundation of your Jade Palace, and you'll be able to wield the entirety of the eyes that you possess.
Oh, that's interesting.
They will restore themselves once your vessel is appropriately sturdy enough.
Well, that does sound nice.
Yes, and then you will see the world for what it truly is. A secret no one knows, not even I. Maybe not even Riveth. Theory and supposition only, though. I have no proof. It's my words, but it's fun to theorize.
Well, it is your right to. We all have that.
Very well, it is our turn. The two-headed abomination seems to be done. You guys have met the Glitch Saint.
Nice. Roll 1d1000.
What happens for being in proximity?
It's okay.
If you bump into them by accident,
Yeah.
I'm gonna glitch your character sheet. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do some stuff to it. We're gonna randomize probably half of it,
Nice.
for good or for ill. In this particular case, I might even, if you roll bad enough, we might even have like strength get changed to like mightiness,
Oh, yeah.
which then becomes almost unusable in this dimension because there's nothing that is based off of mightiness in reality.
Gotcha.
Until you build around it.
Oh,
But yeah, the Saints, from what you've been explained by this individual, they're the absolute condensed most extreme of a single facet of the Tao. The Emperors are the keepers of the highest echelon of the more complex concepts. And they're the ones who push the current height of that particular concept. But there's also kings, too. So what do? Kings, emperors, and saints. They're also path-ending choices, though. Like, if you reach one of these king of something, emperor of something, saint of something, your path kind of ends there. No one can beat you in that subject. But it's really hard to cultivate further.
Or something else.
Or you can't cultivate anything else. You
So-
would have to... Oh, good. What's up?
Sorry. The Emperor of Progress could theoretically become a Saint of Progress?
No, too complex.
Complex.
Yeah.
Glitch feels pretty complex.
It is so basic and so singular. It looks complex on the outside, but glitch is just, if it comes in contact with something, randomize it immediately. That's all it does.
Is there a level emperors are more complex, kings even more complex?
Kings might be simple. You guys don't know about the kings yet. What their thing is. The saints cultivate one single thing to the highest extreme. The saints do that. Emperors, they're like, they're pioneers of a concept that can grow just by them cultivating it. It makes it available on the path. It grows that particular thing. To be pun intended, it progresses it. It allows it to evolve and take on a new shape. Maybe appears in a higher echelon of cultivation. Pathfinders and pioneers for very weird concepts. But you're not going to find an emperor of like the sword, or an axe, or a weapon, or something. That's where the saints come in. They're almost entities that maintain the current like stratospheric echelon that particular thing takes place. If you become better at the sword and go above the current saint, you then push as high as you can, and then you stall out, and you become the new sword saint. And then you are the progress saver for everyone else who wants to use the sword.
But you'd be like an emperor of violence, for example.
Yeah.
I'm on dumb question at this point, but
No.
say you had somebody who could be a saint and emperor at the same time of a different thing. So like emperor progress, saint of grinding. I don't know.
Not enough room on your character sheet for that.
Okay.
Well, for a saint, all of your stuff has to be focused specifically on that, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. And if you have anything on it that's not that specific extreme related, you have to go to the exchange option and get rid of it.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah. The emperors can have weird stuff. It all has to be thematic, but they're allowed to have much more width. Saints are all about depth in a single subject. As deep as you can go to the deepest trench. And then you start digging at the bottom to see if you can go any deeper. Because how dare it stop here? So breadth and depth. There you go. That'd be a good way to look at it. Kings are the third axis on that. They might have a little bit of a blend, or they may have their own thing.
Become the saint of explosions.
There is a saint of explosions.
Well, duh.
Duh.
I feel like instead of saint of boom.
Explosives.
Well, I kind of want to poke at this tree a little bit. I'm not exactly interested in these two, guessing they might be a part of Slaughterhouse, but I am interested in the tree. Just curious.
I've done dealings with the Slaughterhouse. They're pretty nice guys.
Last one that I interacted with, I said thank you and got cursed.
The radio demon's not part of the Slaughterhouse.
The young red-haired disciple with flaming tattoos kind of cracks an eye at you and says, "Hey, cutie, what's up?" And they get karate chopped hard on the top of their head by their master. Focus.
Oh, I have a fondness for trees. It's yours.
We're
Yes.
not talking to you right now. We're focusing.
Okay. Good job. I'm gonna look at the tree.
Okay.
Can I touch it? Will they stop me?
Mm-hmm.
I touch the tree.
Yes. You're sure about this? I'm gonna do.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure? Well, is there anything that I can do, either a science or a feeling from the tree? What's this giving off?
Why don't you pick a roll, and then I'll give you information based off of what you rolled and how good you rolled.
Well, I think science would be more for the weird, I guess.
Of course.
Or a flora and fauna.
That's a good
That's
one.
common.
That's
But yeah, common roll, I'm not sure it's gonna work, but we'll try science. Got a success with 5 additional degrees.
Okay. This is a manifestation of a deep forest tree, like your buddy. Different though. Different part of the forest. Can't tell if it's deeper, shallower, or just terrain.
What does Tree Buddy get from, or like, how does Tree Buddy react to this tree?
Wariness.
Okay.
Kind of giving it the side eye, like, not sure if.
Okay. I'll ask Tree Buddy. Should we touch that? Does he respond with immediate fear?
He's not sure what he feels. He's having a hard time getting an idea or a mark on the tree.
Okay. What are the glowing things?
Somebody has strung up these weird ethereal ghostly crystals from some sort of string. You're not sure what the string's made of.
Okay. One day, whenever I feel like I can just touch this tree without any repercussions. Till then, hey, what's this?
That's a device that keeps back the shadows to allow the night market to operate. It helps carve a space open and keeps it open.
Okay.
If they remove this one, then the door to the night market closes.
Okay. Well, they aren't talking. Pretty sure the cute redhead is going to be the one participating.
There's a long line at Unearthed Histories.
Go. Never mind. Well, here, hold on. Actually,
Chung Po, why are you leaving? I thought you were gonna look at that tree.
Well, you know what? I think it's a little dangerous.
Well, okay.
I might still poke it eventually, but I'm gonna look at this one. Is this just a regular tree?
No, it looks like it's made of an ink splotch or a shadow of a real tree.
Interesting.
Hey, no touching my saddle bonsai. It's very particular and it doesn't like human physical matter coming in contact with it because, it's like an ethereal, shadowy tree thing and it takes a lot of resources, time, magic, and effort to cultivate it. So please no touching. You not see the sign? Oh, it probably ate the sign already. Gosh dang it.
What if I'm mostly tree as well?
Oh no, you're not. You're a physical tree. This is a shadow tree. This is from the Shadowlands.
Okay.
You're not from the Shadowlands, so no touchy.
Fair enough.
Are you a shadow cultivator?
No.
Do you cultivate the inside of you that others cannot see or understand?
I don't think I understand what others can't see or understand either.
Okay, so no touch, please, because otherwise you'll either mess up my tree and harm it, or it'll rip something out of you and you'll never get it back because it's a hungry little bastard. Aren't you, Mr. Tree? And it just sits there like a tree. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I feel like I understand that. Yeah.
Like your tree inside you. This one's a hungry little bastard, but it only wants it would probably start by taking your own shadow. You're probably gonna need that later on, so just letting you know.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that. I will go to Restored History, line for Restored Histories, and chill with Sabla. Lyron, did you interact with anybody? Yeah, you did. You interacted with Glitch.
Yeah, the glitch saint.
Sabalar, I'll point to redhead with the katana. Fairly certain she's that.
She's what? Sorry.
I'm fairly certain. Sorry, last bite of sushi.
Mm.
That she's going to be in the tournament against you.
Well, I see. Well, that should be fun. So, you were over that tree. What did you see?
Well, it's it's within the deep forest, like mine, but in a specific part. And it's definitely an older tree, and I'm very hesitant to risk anything with how I know Tree Buddy acts.
Right on. Well,
I think
have
it
you
might
ever-
try to eat my soul.
Oh, maybe that's what it's holding on to is lost souls. But those two look like they're from the that one faction. You know, the
Slaughterhouse?
yes.
Hmm.
Now, because I remember seeing Slaughterhouse there last time as well. We met the individual or the master there. Um, I wonder why Slaughterhouse individuals would decide to look upon that tree. Maybe
Well,
something death related.
death, taking. I think you're on the right path. But the fact that it's a tree of the deep forest is that, and I think Slaughterhouse last time, when Tree Buddy got embedded into the guy that couldn't die, they were offering, but I removed it and took it for myself.
That's fine. It's not what I was going at. Just this tree, you know. Like, why don't you try to resonate
You
with
talked
it in
me
a way?
into it. You talked me into it. Let's go touch it.
Don't touch it. Look it with your eyes.
I am
Or
looking at it with my eyes.
Try to use your tree senses. You need to focus and improve upon those.
I'll give it another shot. Do I have something called tree sense?
You
True
have
sense?
perception.
Yeah,
Tree sense is what he.
Oh,
he
tree
said.
sense. I thought you said true sense, but tree sense? Eh.
Let's see what perception gives me.
Um,
I better roll.
thing you can tell, this is a protrusion like the kaleidoscope tree. This is not the core tree. This is a branch. It looks like its own tree, but it's like a protrusion. As you're looking this over, these guys do step back and they're done. Whew. Yeah. Hey, cutie. What you so curious about?
Oh, well, I just have a knack for trees and just enjoy them and kind of want to find special trees and, well, in a way, copy their abilities. I have one. I have one
They-
with me. Slowly
They
becoming
kind
one.
of give this sultry side eye to the tree, like, because they've got this kind of smoky makeup around their eyes. Very, like, heroine type of look. And female lead type of protagonist look. I don't think you would want this thing, kid. It's a feisty bastard.
Well, kind of. I have one a little similar, but I have control of it. And there's already wariness there.
Well, I can see two things happening. In the case of win-lose, black and white choice. If you win, I think whatever control you have over your current buddy goes away, and you can forget about it for the rest of your time with it. If you lose, this guy is like any of the deep trees are carnivorous. What it eats, I have an inkling, but I'd rather not spoil it.
Interesting.
The plate here, which you stand on,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like a test, I suppose. I mean, if you pass the test or reach a certain stage or whatever, there might be benefits if you know what you're doing. So.
Oh, well. I think I'll take my buddy, and one day we'll challenge this, and I'll see if.
Well, I mean, it's probably owned by the Night Market Master. If you take one of their topiary
You
pieces
know
of
what?
artwork.
That's a good. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Just think of the amount of resources they spent cultivating it and keeping it here.
I find it interesting that, well, not many people enjoy these deep forest trees. You're part of Slaughterhouse, right?
No.
No. Okay. Slaughterhouse was interested in the tree the last time I was here.
Yeah, because they put their disciples through tests that they're never ready for in the hope that they actually outperform their current position. No. Slaughterhouse is a bunch of crazy people. Like, I train like a crazy, cultivator obsessed, sword chick, but those guys, it's they're poison practitioners. They don't really do poison, but they use the concept of goo poison. Where you put a bunch of poisonous creatures inside a jar, and the one that lives at the end becomes the most poisonous.
Yes, familiar with the concept.
Yeah, so they put their disciples through the meat grinder and the buzzsaw to find one that's alive by the end of it.
Gotcha.
In fact, some supreme level talents just get minced. They could have made it if their masters did a bit more diligent of a job training them. But that's one of the major problems with Slaughterhouse. If you get paired with the wrong guy, it doesn't matter if you were going to make it. You're not now. So luck is kind of involved, I guess. I don't know.
Then what does this tree test?
I'm not telling. It's a secret. I wink. But no, I'm not Slaughterhouse. My house is the House of Fire and Flames. We are flame practitioners, if you couldn't tell.
I have a buddy of mine that might be interested in talking to you then. But,
No.
Okay.
Your house secrets stay with your house. See?
Fair enough.
Yep.
Well, now there's secrets behind this tree. I kind of want to go get them. But I don't want to leave, tree buddy. I also don't want to be thrown into the meat grinder by accident. Or, well, intentionally, but...
Who knows? Usually, you want to bring your master along to help guide you. That's why usually you'll see a master and their disciple step on at the same time. But, I mean, if you have some sort of secret protagonist cultivator method, And you want to absorb all the benefits by yourself, I suppose you could. You'd have to find the benefits first.
Fortunately, my master's not here right now.
Yeah, bummer.
Yeah. Another day.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, it's been here for as long as I can remember. As long as Master remembers. I mean, as long as the night market's been here, this tree's been here. So.
And then one final question. Did you pass?
No, I'm alive. I didn't lose anything. I didn't gain anything. I think I didn't concentrate hard enough. No, your perspective is lacking. That, whatever that means, I have no fucking clue what that means. It means you are blind and cannot see the things in front of you. Master, why you always gotta insult and make it cryptic as possible? Because you're a flame practitioner. If I don't push and anger you, you don't take it personally. And when you don't take it personally, you don't try. And when you don't try, you waste my time, your time, and everyone's time. You know, I hate it that you know me so well. Damn. Whatever.
What was your
Planning
name
the
again?
tournament?
Oh, no, I did not get an.
You didn't get an invite? Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to have exchanged blows with you in the arena.
Well, I mean, what's your number? We can exchange blows any other time.
No, can't. I get into a lot of fights, and Master says I need to be in peak condition. Saving myself for the tournament right now.
Fair enough.
Afterwards, though, no, you'll be recovering, most likely. Or that, I don't know. Maybe I get cut up and murdered.
Oh, well, I hope that. Good luck on the tournament.
They kiss their hand and blow it at you, and it forms a heart made of fire, which then catches your protagonist's hair on fire. Toodles.
Put out my hair. I guess I'll be in line.
All right. Lyron. What you doing over there, bud?
I was going to go look at the kaleidoscope tree, see if I found any interesting fruits that called to me.
While, at least over 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can find the dark fruit, or do you already have the dark fruit? You're looking for the light fruit, right?
I thought I had the white apple. I'm looking for the black one.
Okay, yeah.
So a luck check?
Oh yeah! All right, I got you, fam. Don't worry, you got this. All right, we're gonna re-roll with the fate point first.
Okay, so just normal.
Okay,
Okay.
that's nice. That's nice. It's gonna be so first I'm gonna subtract. I'm at 5. That is a -5 to you. That would be 29. I could throw a destiny fragment on you, or we could try re-rolling one more time. The destiny fragment, we could use peak to introduce that type of fruit you're looking for into the scene, onto the tree, something that wasn't there before. Or we can use my twin fate to re-roll again for something possibly lower. But with a 34, I have 6 tumbleweeds. 12 total. So I
I
can't
think we
really
should
get
go for a lower roll then.
Okay, let's do one more reroll.
Ooh!
Do you want a 100 instead?
You know.
Yes!
Okay. I'm at 4 fate points. We utilize the other half to go positive on the 99. And it's a 100.
Well, the white fruit's presumably the fortunate one, so maybe this is where the black
really,
fruit.
really good.
Maybe. And do you want to use peak narrative with someone? We can use a destiny
Yeah.
fragment. All right, I'm going to subtract one of my destiny fragments.
Peak narrative to introduce the black fruit, which is one of misfortune. If the white one is the opposite, which I think we got with like a 1. So there we go. 100 on the luck check
Let me see.
With a peak narrative.
with a peak narrative to introduce
And-
the black fruit, if
Yes.
it is indeed a thing of misfortune.
Yeah. No, you've seen Berserk,
No.
I
Not
read
about
it? the manga Berserk.
I mean, I know lots about it. Which aspect?
Yeah, which scene?
The little thing that was it Gareth? No.
White-haired guy? Gus.
Yeah, the Master of the Hawk.
Yeah.
That red little pear-shaped
hmm Well, I think
object that looks like basically a pear with a smushed face on it.
Mhm.
And all the features, the nose, the mouth, and the 2 eyes are all in the wrong order.
yes.
Yeah. There's a fruit like a pear. It's a small one. You kind of see it in between the others. And when you look at it, it looks at you and starts screaming.
Oh, it is calling out to me.
Oh, you've never seen this.
Time for a Dow battle. Sound versus sound.
All right. Yes. You're gonna. This is misfortune amplified by the face star energy. We're gonna do some high level cultivator stuff for big stakes.
Good.
Oh boy.
Okay.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah. So we're gonna see how well you do.
I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's do this.
It is screaming at you. What do you do?
Well, I will introduce my Tao and scream in harmony with it.
Okay. So. Harmony, you say? Okay. Roll a d10.
Okay.
Okay. 8. That will be willpower.
Oh.
We're fighting over your willpower score.
Yay!
Again?
The whole thing. You have harmonized and you have found something. It's like, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Basically, this will do something called eclipsing a characteristic. It puts a black orb over your characteristic. It's there. The willpower is still around. But willpower is now karmically negative.
Interesting.
Okay.
That's if it gets you. So, this fruit, while harmonizing with it, You think you can kind of figure out a name for it. The red eclipse fruit of calamitous misfortune.
Okay.
And this is stage 1. This is a little baby fruit. The more misfortune that it causes, and the more karma it devours, it can grow and become even a bigger problem.
All right.
For now, is you can compete with it, but you're gonna have to be pretty clever. It's latched onto your face star energy, and it's focused in on that, and it's shaking that energy ominously. It's stoking it. It's building it up. It's growing that energy at the cost of a resource deep in your body that you really can't afford to lose.
Okay. So it's the phase star energy. So not specifically the rebel frequency, which I probably don't really want to use here.
Well, oddly enough, no. It's steering clear of the rebel energy.
And maybe that's your advantage since you have like a willpower that's not there.
Yeah.
Well, we're still in contest over the willpower. The willpower has not been eclipsed yet. That's what it's trying to do. You've learned.
So as it tries to latch onto this willpower, it's looking at the phase star energy right now as well.
Yes.
I'm going to use a peak narrative, and I'm going to interpose the phasing willpower between that and my real one. So it latches onto that instead.
Okay. It'll convert the phasing willpower into an eclipse phasing willpower. So when you eclipse, or when you phase, you have an eclipsed stat instead.
Okay. And it'll still increase it by 97, but it's still eclipsed.
Who knows what it is?
A minus
Okay.
97 or bad karma 97. I don't know.
So when you flip over, anything involving willpower will be karmically negative, which is very bad. This takes it a step beyond misfortune.
Okay.
Oddly enough, misfortune can be wielded against others around you. Bad karma is you, and you alone are the one who gets fucked.
Yes, but it's also part of Taiji if I have good karma and bad karma sometimes.
No, you actually feel that Taiji doesn't like bad karma. It's just karma in general. As long as it's positive, there is good luck and bad luck. Karma in this particular case, it feels like a deeper root of it. Like there's karma on the path, and they have a different meaning for it. Whatever this is, it has the same name, but it's far more important than the karma on the path.
Okay.
You're gonna have to do something quick to make sure it doesn't touch that resource. Because if it was messing with your path karma, you're correct. Yeah, you can do all sorts of cool stuff. It's within Taiji. That means you can then build positive karma on the path, and then you have this cool dichotomy of yin and yang and balance of all things in the universe. No, this is ripping something absolutely essential out of your sheet and burning it up to feed itself, feed the eclipse and the phase star energy, and hitting you with very bad luck.
So having it hit the phased willpower, that does work though, right?
It does, but it needs to fuel it. Otherwise, the eclipse doesn't stick.
Okay. Well, I am harmonizing with it currently.
Which does open yourself up to it.
Yes. I guess I can attempt to change the harmony slightly.
Wave Qigong?
Yes. To alter its sound slightly. I would like it to have that eclipse stick, but only to the, I guess, already phased willpower.
Okay. We're going to roll opposed willpower.
Okay?
Or whatever you're going to use for sound.
It'll be willpower.
Okay. This thing will have inescapable attached, but not overwhelm yet.
Inescapable, you say?
Correct.
I ignore inescapable.
Up to a certain amount.
Yep. 89 degrees of success.
90. You have a minus 900 to your roll. You need 1 degree of success to pull this off.
I need 1 degree of success to pull it off.
Could you get a minus 900?
Okay. We're going to use nature magic to buff up my willpower.
Woo woo!
Whoop, whoop.
Like-
And I will utilize... 1 degree of success. I haven't used a bone coin yet. That should be back up to full. So that's 50 key. I'll spend 50 key on this roll.
Nice.
Yep, yep. At a minus 900, you said?
Mhm.
So that's minus 800.
Yep, inescapable bypass comes in. Lucky here. Yeah, we like that.
That's at minus 250 right now, but my willpower is currently 245.
Stonks numbers, my friend. Stonks. Some mucho bueno. Having big stats.
So we'll just minus 125 that because... Oh, sorry. Plus that. Currently at minus 125. I'll use 5 inspiration.
Plus 50?
Which... Yeah.
How much more do you need?
Minus 75. I can technically fail it at this point, but we're going to roll it now at the minus 75. Don't need any more.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job.
Nicely done. Nicely done. You hit it with a
I'm-
waveform. It screams back. Everything goes to static for a brief moment, and when you come to, your phase stat is still phased, not eclipsed. And when you look down, you have the little fruit in your hand, and no one seems to notice the exchange or that you even have it.
Okay, we're putting that in the mirror ring.
It looks like it's asleep. The eyes are closed. And
That-
it
that- that's-
breathes rhythmically. Yeah.
That's good. That's how we want it. Lyran, just gonna let you know, well, over the table, slightly suspicious from now on. But just because
Lyran
of what
is slightly
happened to
suspicious?
Guts.
Well, I'm putting it into stasis right now.
Good job. Good.
Pulling out the hand mirror and putting it in the ring.
There you go.
It sucks. You've never seen Guts. You don't know what happens. You don't know the pain.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I'll use this later to eclipse half of my stats.
Fair.
You get to be the Demon King.
Well, we got the protagonist already.
Yeah, but the protagonist is not going to be enough to fight the Demon King because the Demon King is basically the legendary variant of the protagonist, the tier 4.
Ah.
So is the tier 4 like the hero then?
Almost, yeah. The story is put on hold for whatever you're doing.
Right on.
Cool. We got a fruit of
So
The bad
don't
bad.
eclipse half your stats. That would be very bad. Now, if you can do a parody where it's not stripping your true karma, but rather your Tao path karma, that might be interesting. But this thing reaches for your true karma, and you do not want to lose that.
Well, I have managed to alter it slightly before, in this case, which I used a waveform key for that, I think. Yes. Okay. Cool, we got a thing!
That was exciting, Lyra.
Put it in my pocket. Nobody noticed. You didn't notice.
Nah, I just like, oh, good job, whatever you did. Didn't see it at all.
Nice.
I actually didn't need your assistance either, other than your luck check. You saw you manipulated the fate, and then nothing appeared to happen.
Oh, damn. Did it fail?
Ah,
Yeah.
100. It was just uninteresting.
Oh,
There are 2 kaleidoscope trees, right? Can I look at the other one for the black fruit?
Isn't.
There's no black fruit that you've seen.
Okay. I just have the exciting fruit.
Interesting peak narrative though usage. We got
Oh, yeah.
the bad touch. We got the bad touch fruit.
Yeah, we got the bad touch fruit, and also didn't affect my stats, but you know.
And he didn't have to pay for it, so that's always a bonus. Unlike
Oh,
some
yeah.
free stuff.
Yeah, everyone loves free stuff. I don't know if I like this free stuff, but we'll figure out something to do with it. Bad karma. Make a dish out of it and feed it to somebody. Okay, well, Lar was waiting in line. I think these people are still doing stuff. Maybe. Who knows?
Truly, I'm just waiting in line to say again to restored histories unearthed honorably. But I don't really know. Do you guys have a shopping list of things that you want me to get?
Well, Chungpo, I'm looking for a new set of armor or a nice armored suit that I can wear.
Right. Okay. Let's see.
I've been wearing this suit for a long time now. I figured it was time to find something good for the tournament. Take Mr. Havenlord for you. Maybe you'll find
Alrighty.
I have business with the butcher.
Gotcha. Oh, you're waiting in line for the butcher.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. Theoretically, let's see. I can't remember who sold armor. I think the artificer would have some, but maybe not up your alley.
Well, the pirate man might be selling some armor. He's got all sorts of stuff. I got some explodey sticks from him.
Not sure which one the pirate man is.
Yo ho!
I'll point at him.
Oh, in a spike. Okay. I thought he was a gnome wizard. Didn't realize that was pirate.
Does it
Yeah,
look like a pirate? And I look closer to him. He doesn't. I guess he kind of looks piratey. He talks like a pirate.
Yar.
The jacket.
Oh. Let's see. I'm thinking everybody has a line, and well, except for the artificer.
No, who doesn't have a line?
Go talk to him.
9 shredded edges. Looks like he's just looking around.
Yeah. Theoretically, he's in line. Good day, sir. Do you sell armor by any chance?
What's it? Welcome to my shop.
Said, of course you do, or of course you don't?
Of course I do.
Of course you
I
do.
sell technical armor, though. That's why a lot of these people are avoiding me like the plague.
Would you have a very simple tech armor that somebody could use that might benefit them? Or not up your style?
Bummer. If you want to buy some of the simple stuff, you can check the display cases for some of the simple armor sets. But through me, I do custom armor. And I can make anything from exoframe suits to full out power armor. I can make you a battle suit. I can make you a nano skin suit. Anything that's involving with technology, even to the hypothetical sci-fi fiction realm, it's my thing. Let's just say a lot of people don't particularly like technology for some reason. It's not like it's more reliable and advanced than all this cultivator stuff, but you can't be seen wearing technology into a tournament, can you?
Oh, is that a rule?
No, you'll just be pariahed. It means they have this weird outlook. It's like don't wear your strength openly, and apparently wearing technology openly is considered wearing your power openly. It's kind of nice that they think it's powerful, but it lacks the aesthetic. It's too aggressive. It's too shameful. I think is what they're going with. So, but that doesn't apply to like legendary dragon crafted armor that has been handed down throughout the centuries, from the patriarch to the prime I don't know, idiot that they're going to raise up. No, that one they can wear. That's considered just showing off your prestige of your house. I don't fucking know.
I'll be right back. Go back to Sutherland. Buddy, I think we can do a switcheroo to just convince people that you're a big tech person. If we just get you some decent tech armor that you could easily use, unless you want to go down something else, I don't mind, your choice. But I think it'd be really funny if we made people think that you were tech and then you just start breaking stuff.
Ular.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to Mr. Havenlord for a second.
Oh no.
You know what I think would be nice, though, Chungpo, is a type of augment we could wear that would enhance our spacesuits. That would be neat. But customization, though, if I wanted to go to him, maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah. Just something to keep in mind. I mean, people say if you're wearing technology, wearing your power, but I think we both know that that wouldn't be exactly power.
Pish posh. See, the Deva, they are all about that kind of thing. And I see them wearing it all the time. My Deva parent, well, they don't usually wear it, but it's more nanites if anything. But it's very deep within our culture. So the fact that people around here don't like it, well, that's too bad.
But yeah, just an idea that I thought you might be interested in. By the way, Artificer.
Artificer. Yes, it's one of the books I'm missing for my people. One of the 4. Maybe I'll talk to him later.
All right.
Is there anything you want, Chungpo?
Right now I'm A-okay. I don't have any.
You know, the artificer probably would have the privacy screens.
True. Probably. Or not even privacy screens, just, well, yeah, privacy screens. Nice. I'll just keep him entertained and ask about some things.
Welcome back.
You got something that's, well, like a little device that you scan something and it can, let's see, this way to describe it. You scan it and then you can fabricate it. I.e. Subnautica gun.
No, I'm getting it. I know that one.
Gotcha.
Well, that's from one of my private collections. But yeah,
Gotcha.
like that type of technology it's a thing, but boy howdy is it rare. Requires some things. It's not really meant for the earthly path. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
That's fair. I not exactly going down.
Yeah, sure. I kind of use it for my business. So
How
why do you need it?
I want it. Nothing more than I think it's neat. I think it's useful, and I think if the space, it's a really nice tool to have.
I mean, it's a key tool in every high artificer's toolkit. So, no one's ever going to sell you one. If you become an artificer, you'll eventually make one. And it will be the culmination of all of your blood, sweat, and tears as an artificer. It's like a mark of office. So, no one's really going to sell you one. I'm certainly not selling you mine. But I can get you down the path of the artificer, and you can make one.
Did somebody say artifice?
Yes.
Hello. I
Oh.
too am interested in going down the path of the artificer, but last we spoke, you said that I'd have to go to a class and you couldn't provide any books.
Yeah. I really don't do books. The class in Checkpoint 2 is sufficient for you to get the basics. I'm not really looking for a disciple.
Oh, I've already got a master.
Well, there's a difference between a Dao master and a discipline master.
Oh.
So a Dao master is the one who guides you on your path of the Dao. A discipline master is the one who guides you on the path of a discipline profession. They can be one and the same. If your Dao is that of artifice or alchemy or being a physician, they can be one and the same. In fact, the Dao master could be your teacher, and the discipline master could be the guild you're a part of. But, I'm not really looking for a discipline disciple.
Oh, no worries. Sorry, Poe, I interrupted.
Oh, you're good.
I mean, I could be convinced for a lot of money, but other than that.
What about rare materials?
I kind of mull it over. Like what?
Cosmic materials?
Got a spaceship?
Yep.
Okay. Sure. Been wanting to get off this rock for a while.
What? We can't sell that.
No, not the spaceship. We're not going to sell the spaceship. Sorry. You could come with us.
That's what I figured. I'm
Okay.
not gonna. Yeah, I could make my own spaceship. I just got to get up into orbit where there's zero gravity. Do you know how many people will go out of their way, day to day? If you're building a spaceship, they can like sense it, and then they blow it up, and they're like, "Stay on the ground, loser."
Dang, that's rude.
Yeah, the people on the earthly path and even the heavenly path have a lot of beef about people going to the cosmos.
Hmm.
I think there's one spaceport that's been authorized throughout all the path.
That's the one
Yeah.
before checkpoint 0, isn't it?
No, there's one in the deep depths of Cairn, but no, there's one in the middle of checkpoint 3. It's the heart of the tech faction, and they protect it avidly. So it's been allowed solely because the amount of bloodshed that's been spilled trying to destroy it can form its own lakes and rivers. Tech faction has kept it. So as long as the tech faction protects it, it will remain. But even them, they regulate heavily who can have a spaceship. So, but if you already have one, beam me up. I'll bring all my stuff. Mr. Lyron, I'll be your discipline master as payment, and we'll go from there. I don't give a shit. I can even just take all my stuff. I'll open up a spot here in the night market for another vendor. Works for me.
I mean, Lyron, if you truly do wish to be an artificer, hell yeah.
Now, as a warning, I'm a Western artificer. There's Western and Eastern disciplines. The Eastern discipline is all about fancy mysticism and parts that make no sense but somehow work. It's not tech. It's not machinery, mechanisms. Well, they do have mechanisms, but it's really simple stuff. We do technology.
Hmm.
It's still artifice.
Currently studying a piece of artifice that was probably what we'd consider Eastern here.
Like,
It's a book.
what's it called?
Well, you haven't decided to join us, but it has to do. What is it called?
Isn't it your
I don't have the title of it. The one that I'm studying.
XYZ 345? I don't know. It's math.
Oh, you got your beginning guide to artifice?
No, the book that I'm studying that is a piece of artifice.
Oh, that. Yeah, no, that's cosmic artifice. You don't know. That is a.
Yeah, but do I know the name of the book?
Oh,
As
the
Nathan
name
was
of
asking
the,
about the name of the book.
Oh, the name of that particular book. Cosmic Reinforcement of the Will.
It's Cosmic Reinforcement of the Will. It's got interesting artifice built into it that I'm studying.
That probably is Eastern style. But, I mean, I don't know about that pretty much. From what my databanks show, it's more of a runic system. They use some sort of caricatures, like hieroglyphs, runes, symbols to build a database / circuit, and if you do it right, it acts like a computer. I can just make you a computer that does that. And if you're like, no, I don't want it made out of technology, fuck, we'll make it out of crystals. I don't care. We'll make it a Rube Goldberg machine. But if you want a traditional master, you can definitely take your spaceship and fly it over to whatever the starting point is and go from there. There's probably an artifice school there where they'll teach you the proper traditional form of Eastern cosmic mystical artifice.
Well, I'm more interested in function over form, but
Well, function and form, you'll find it both. I hate to willingly admit it, but both styles of artifice both possess the ability to express function and form. We do it a little differently, but they're on par. Yeah. I mean, it's not as divisive in the cosmos as it is down here. In fact, there's a current secret war going on between the alchemists. The Western alchemists have made their way over. And the way they do alchemy is nothing like the way they do alchemy here. They basically do science. Oh man, the stuff I hear about this quiet war going on is crazy, because the alchemists are just here to take resources, buy land, cultivate these alchemy resources, and then they ship it home. And they do not do the traditional, I put it in a pot with my mystical energies, and then I hit it with fire, and I control the fire, and I make the pot. No, they're like, we're going to put it in a lab, and we're going to perfectly engineer a way to make this pill. And instead of using arbitrary amounts of mystical control, they're like, no, we're going to inject it with X amount of spiritual units to invoke a specific reaction. It's like fucking wild. They both have their merits, turns out. When you make a pill, scientifically and clinically as possible, it's really hard to make a sentient pill or a sapient pill. Spiritualism, apparently kind of important, along with mysticism. And Western style lacks mysticism, but replaces it with science and efficiency. Whereas Eastern style leans heavily into the mysticism and creates miraculous effects that cannot be measured. So, I don't know. Seems a little weird to me. Did I bore you to death? I probably did.
Savalair will.
Oh, shoot, I'm muted.
It's okay. Savalair will hit his little thing and says, "You have my approval, Lyron, to bring on another master."
Yes, I don't know if my master would approve of it, as looks like you're mostly made of flesh, Aethram.
That does not look like flesh.
No, I'm almost completely machine.
Oh.
I've got a few pieces left that I'm saving for a bit of materials before I put in the prosthetic, but I'd say if I get those materials, in about a year I can be completely machine.
Oh.
I like the way the body looks, and the way that the flesh is textured, and the way it can form pleasing aesthetic images. But as they kind of slap their face with a hand and like rub it in a circle, they completely mix up the flesh, and then it reforms into a different face. Nanomachine, son.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, and then they snap their fingers, and there's a blinking light in one of their eyes, and then the face reforms back to their traditional template.
Huh.
I can look however I want, whenever I want. Now, that's just for the face. The rest of this, I don't have enough nanomachines for the skin. And honestly, it kind of gets in the way. And there are better uses for nanomachines, but for the face and the hair and basically the whole head, that's for me. Underneath, it's not very pleasing to look at, and I look like a Terminator. Just a metal skull with piercing, burning red orbs and a skeletal grin.
Oh, that might be more up my master's alley.
Oh, the one from the Truth Faction? Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
yes.
get along. We'll get along.
Well, it seems our captain has given the go-ahead, if I so choose. So if you want off of this rock and wouldn't mind taking a disciple as payment.
Sure. I'll finish up business with this one last customer, and then I'll close up shop.
Okay. And then Poe, you could learn some too if you were interested in artifice.
I only take disciples who are going to be very serious. Like, this is the thing you are going to do. I don't. I do have a sampler class where you can sample what it will look like. I give a little bit of a display. I give, I kind of try. I'm trying to obviously entice you into going down the artifice, profession. But I'm not teaching you anything.
Oh, I also learned everything I could from those cultivator explosives books you gave me.
I love explosions.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah. And explosives, turns out, are even more potent in space.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yep. Hey, here's another incentive. You have a ship. Do you have weapons?
Hmm.
We're more of a research vessel at this point.
Well, with me on board, if you give me the right materials, I can build you defense systems, because I am a weaponsmith, and I can build you torpedo tubes, point defense, ship guns.
We don't have a ship's engineer yet, so
I
if you
am
want to
not
take
going to be the ship's bitch. That's the one thing. You, as the disciple, will be the ship's bitch. If there's an engineering problem, you're on it. I get to sit here and play in my lab and tinker around with things that interest me because I've already done all the bitch work in my past, and I am not going back. I'm not doing bitch work. You can't pay me enough. Actually, you could pay me enough, but it would be very costly.
Sure enough.
Yeah.
Well then,
yeah.
I suppose having a teacher for artifice is quite lucrative, or would be.
I'll even design you a blueprint for a ship that it can actually house, my machine labs, because this is just kind of my little, hey, you want to buy some stuff?
Well, we currently have plenty of empty real estate on our ship.
Cool. That works for me. I'll need to be next to the power source, or at least we'll have to have a devoted power system. I got my own, but they're sizable. You would need a very large ship for me to be able to pull those out to be able to supply myself with power.
Well, we'll see. We have a pretty sizable ship, even if the physical part of it doesn't look so big. A whole moon! Oh, I guess a ring around it.
Oh, that would be weird. Okay. A moon would be pretty sizable, I guess. You guys are weird. You know that? You guys are very strange.
Well, I mean, what do you expect from a cultivator ship? Like a normal metal thing that propels itself?
Or one of those weird space boats.
Either way, if it's accepted, then I guess finish up with your current customer, and once we're done with what we're doing here in the night market, we can take you up to the ship.
Sure. All right. Works for me. Pleasure working with you guys. Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm sure it will be.
Yeah. As for you, Mr. Poe, what were you wanting besides the scanner, which we're not doing?
Well, yeah. Well, since you're going to be on the ship, I think it's things are going to be okay, and like I can ask you later.
I will be bringing my scanner with me. Yes.
Okay.
You will not be allowed to use it now.
Okay.
I will eventually train Lyron how to use it, and it's not just a handheld device. No, it's a big, clunky, temperamental, quirky piece of shit. Because I haven't been able to find the parts to build a better one, and this is my first best attempt, and it works. I just have to kick it a couple times. I'll teach him how to use it, and then once he has figured it out, or built his own, I don't know. You guys can go to town, but yeah. One of which is stay away from the intake orifice. It does take biomass, if they gesture at you, as a material to print other stuff. So, and
Okay.
sometimes that hatch is not as secured as I hope it is. Sometimes it shakes open because the damn thing's a piece of junk. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you for the warning.
I mean, again, like, you're not gonna find a handheld device that does the scanning and the printing. That's like legendary artifice of the highest order.
Hmm. Well, what if you utilize like spatial ring technology to house most of the components?
There you go. That's thinking with spatial folding. Sure. That could do it, but again, if you were to actually lay out the space required for that type of technology, it wouldn't be so simple. But it could look simple. But yeah, that'll work. I mean, you'd have to link it all up. It would have to interact with each other. You'd have to really take care of that piece of technology. Yeah. I'm betting there's some high-end shipyards up there that have this huge mobile printing station that they take matter. And
Yeah, we
then
got some fancy stuff.
and print some ships, but whatever. Like, on the earthly path, they hate technology with a passion. So it really suffers here. And the materials are just, they really don't like being forced into technology because of all the mystic energies and the spiritualism.
Hmm.
A lot of the technologies end up having personalities when you make them, and it really, really doesn't want. Like, yeah, it's bad. Don't do it. So,
Oh man, they're gone.
You literally just need that.
All right, keep, even though it's safe, I'm going to go talk to Crawl.
I'd give him a thumbs up.
okay, you step in. Craw kind of emerges from the shadow rather abruptly. Okay.
Good day, Crawl. I'm sorry to meet you at a time where you had to deal with glitch or fractals or whatever that was.
Never happened. It's also none of your business.
Of course, of course. I'm here for Luna.
Of course. Luna. They kind of go back. Hustles up.
Luna, are you ready for your next, well, tribulation?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're not. What do you miss?
I've been cutting and chopping like crazy, and because of that tournament, there's been so many people here that I've been really like working hard.
I see.
I've
What?
received not one but 2 headbats.
Oh, well
So
done.
I've been working hard, and it's gonna be good. And I got look at these muscles as they flex their arms, and they're stronger.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I've been working hard, and I've been following the instructions you gave me, and I've been working like a long hours. And somebody came by and was like, "Hey, isn't that like child labor?" And I'm like, "No, I'm getting strong. I'm gonna be so strong because I started earlier than you idiots who waited until you thought you were like old enough. No, I started now."
Savaler is going to start pouring some tea.
Ooh.
Well, I'm going to be going on the cosmic path. So I won't be able to come around as much as I wanted to unless I make a friendly mercantile agreement with you, Luna.
Oh, you could just
So-
use the space door.
The space. What? I didn't know there was a space store.
You're not supposed to know about it, but if you're gonna be on the cosmic path, then you can use the space door.
I see. Well, I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking if I just gave you one of my blood coins here, and we make a trade, I can come down when you're ready for your tribulations, and we can go from there.
No, as Kra kind of emerges from the shadow. Not now. When they own their own shop, then they can make an merchant exchange.
Oh,
This is my shop. You'd be making that deal with me.
well then I pass over a glass.
But
That sounds good. That sounds good, Crawl. I just didn't know you were here still.
I'm always here.
Mm,
Here in the
yes.
privacy bubble. I can hear your conversation.
Good, because I wanted to talk to you about the favor, as he shows his arm. I am still bound by this, and well, with this mercantile agreement, when you call for the favor, it will allow me to arrive. It is a moon based, well, by fate bonds.
I need
It shall
you
be done.
to hunt a spider for me. Though Luna is ready for another piece of meat.
Oh, I see.
Consider that the favor. A moon spider.
Oh, a moon
Light or dark, doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Well, that shouldn't be too bad.
And before you ask or even have the idea to put in your head, we can't leave here
Mhm.
until Luna is ready to eat this or that, as they point straight up. But not look. Once Luna is ready and has eaten what I have prepared for them, then we might be willing to move on.
I see. Well, good. Excellent. Well, if Luna isn't ready yet, I will. Well,
I'm always ready.
I'm going to take 25 wounds for this blood coin and give it to Crawl and make the arrangement so that we can come and trade goods. And for Luna, the service of tribulation cultivation, and any butchering or trading that can happen between us. And sign it, and I'm good to go.
But then you look. I know how to butcher any creature on any road properly. Cosmic Road requires a special set of tools I haven't used in a while, and I look forward to using them again. They're sharper, crueler than my normal set of tools. I'll miss the mess of blood and viscera that the, butchering earth and heaven creatures are The cosmic creatures are less biomass and more parodies, more inorganic material.
Well, I just cut the moon crawl. I wonder if there would be an interesting moon spider there. I can see past its veil now, and I'm actually getting hit by moonlight.
No,
Okay.
don't approach that particular celestial body unless you take the proper path. There's an opportunity to walk the moon road for a very brief blip of time. You will need to be on the earthly road, but it's in the heart of Zone 3. You'll arrive via space dock, and you will have to be directly invited. Once you've docked, it allows cosmic cultivators an allowance of causality to be on the earthly road without being rejected. Present your pass, present your road ticket, and you will walk upon a beam, a bridge of moonlight to the moon itself. There, you can find what you find there.
All right.
But take any other road and you will find yourself lost on a beam of moonlight that disappears. You will not be stranded in space. You will be stranded in darkness.
Well, don't you want that? Good to know.
Now, the cutting the moon opportunity, that is worthy of note. And by my eyes, you seem to have been successful.
Well, I can take Luna in time.
Now that is extremely interesting and valuable. Good to know that one of my future business partners is not a cultivator piece of trash.
Of course not. You're my friends. And we've made a friendly mercantile agreement. Cheers to the tea and finish it off.
I'll drink it. This is good.
Yes. I don't have any other business for you besides checking in on Luna.
That's fine. We're business partners. You can check in on me or Luna, and we can talk about future business proposals rather than having to get down to business.
Of course. I'm preparing for the tournament. I have a ticket, so I hear you guys have been busy because of it.
Yes, many people trying to build things. I will not tell you anything about my clients.
Of course,
and
I
what
understand.
they're doing.
I've already paid that price for the first time.
Correct. Now, what I can do is offer you access to my special selection of unclaimed goodies, if you want to build something of your own.
Well, I should take that opportunity when I have the opportunity. So yes, I will.
And as a business partner, you will no longer most likely need to even pay the night market key to access my shop. You won't be able to access the rest of the shops, but with me.
I figured that would be a something I would have to look out for unless I talk to good old Medusa.
Medusa and I have an agreement. I help them keep this place open and operating. They do the majority of the work, but I do, as they brandish one of their cutting blades, the grizzly bits that they're a little too squeamish to handle. Let's see. I have two things that I would be willing to part with for a business partner of mine.
Right. I'm
The
intrigued.
jar of blood. The mason jar of blood. Fallen angel's blood. An angel is a type of spiritual beast. They look kind of like the traditional Bible, if you know about that particular religion. Too many eyes, too many wings.
I've heard. Yeah, I'm jealous of the wings, but I don't know. I'm fine with my eyes.
Creatures from the heavenly path sometimes make their way into the cosmos or even into the earthly path, but this should give you sight beyond sight, flight beyond flight, and a enigmatic durability that is hard to figure out. Absorbing it will be very difficult, but if you find a very good alchemist, they can turn this into a pill. Or if they're a very good alchemist, they can turn it back into the core, or a mimicry of a core.
Oh yes.
But I wouldn't use this in one of your demon core allotments. This should be distilled down into just enhancing yourself.
Mhm.
Better wings, faster wings, better eyes, maybe new eyes that you can use alongside your current ones. Those are rather interesting, and you find them like face to face with you, and they're already
Oh, yes.
tapping your eye with a nail. One of their nails, tick, tick,
Yep.
tick. That is unfortunate.
It was quite the the failure of mine, I suppose.
Hmm. Well, interesting. All right, and they're back to standing upright, and you didn't even see them kind of lean back.
Mhm.
Well, if you ever need to replace those eyes, I have plenty in the back.
Now, what about the second option? The blood is interesting, and I am an alchemist, so I could try. But I'm not a very good alchemist yet, I suppose.
No, this would need a lot more to be able to use this properly.
Mhm.
But interestingly enough, if you're not worried too much about the efficiency and the efficacy, you can just drink it, and all you would have to do is gut it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, don't let your gut strength fall behind the rest of your body. Being able to eat what you want and absorb it is pretty useful.
Mhm.
Now, with this one, this is a pheromone graft. It comes with these little guys. You think they're spiders at first glance, but there's too many legs
Oh, yes.
in all different directions, and there's too many eyeballs between the legs.
Yeah.
I call them whatchamacallits, because they certainly are anything and everything. These only obey the pheromones, and they're rather helpful. They can move things around, they can look into things for you, they can do chores even if you're able to properly instruct them. They can keep a room clean. They're very strange. I can't tell if they're artifice, some sort of beast, some sort of monstrosity Frankenstein thing made in a lab. I don't know what they are. Basically, this would give you a minion. As long as you protect the minion core, you have an unlimited number of minions, but they only do minion things. They're not meant for combat. They are... got a colony of these things going around going, "We're helping!"
Oh, that's intriguing.
Whilst dropping random bottles of shit on the floor.
They might catch it. You toss it over your shoulder and you're like, "Catch, organize these," and you start just throwing stuff over your shoulder. If there's enough of them and they're well trained enough, they'll catch it, organize it. But yeah, if you want this, you can have minion rules, and you can have one of these as a gift for striking a business deal with them.
Okay.
You'll have to buy the other. Neither of these are cheap.
Yeah, I figured as much. Oh, that's a hard one. Something fun with the blood would be great for the alchemy side.
Yeah, or you can just drink it.
Just drink it.
Yeah.
Well,
My gut tells me to go with the minion thing. Doesn't help me with the tournament. That would be more of the blood side, but I would still need to do stuff with it.
And you might not have time to do stuff with it before the tournament.
Mm. You know what? It's a graft, so you're gonna have to install it on me, correct? For the pheromones.
Yes. Rather simple though. It
Okay.
would take about a couple hours. It's getting used to the smell before you become immune to it. It's not pleasant, but it's you'll have a taste in the back of your mouth for quite a while, a couple days, maybe a week, before your body settles into its new biochemistry. It'll give these little guys plenty of time to propagate.
What do I do with them though?
They're minions.
Oh.
Basically, there's an unlimited number of minions, and they can die a whole bunch as long as the core,
Stays
which is the
alive.
pheromone, is
Yeah.
If you lose them all, though, it does take a while for them to come back in numbers. So they are considered a horde, and they'll be given a horde number, a minion number, and the number attached to them depends on just how fucking many of them are there. If you get it high enough, they can do some pretty complex stuff. They're also good eyes and ears.
Yeah.
They're also good at watching perimeter, guarding. They don't fight, but they'll let you know something's up. And you don't have to worry about them permanently dying because they're minions. They die all the time.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if this is something more Chung Po's alley than me, because I would take it.
This is a business deal for you. They would pull out different things for Poe if they were given the same opportunity.
I think that's a good idea, Crawl. Let's go for the pheromone. Even though I am jealous of the so-called angel aspect.
Yeah, it'll be here. I don't offer this as a purchasable item. Not to anyone, of course. As for your buddies, I'll offer the same opportunity to root around in my private collection.
Good. That's very fair of you, Crawl.
They'll have to buy it, though.
I 100% expect them to. All right. I'll let them know that I will be a bit, and let's get started.
It'll be basically a downtime scene. Get installed.
Yeah, I figured as much.
All
right, you two. Well, it is 5:15, so we can stop now if you'd like, or finish off the hour. Whatever you guys want to do.
I am good either way.
Chung Po, you're the one that usually wants to do chores. What's up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Technically, this is the first weekend I've been back from vacation, so there's like a lot that I kind of should get done.
All right.
Thanks for touching, Matt.
Of course,
Thank
my
you.
pleasure.
Session.
We get properly into the tournament next week.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Matt,
Yeah, what's up?
I believe I owe you some, like a chunk of payment.
Cash.
When you get around to it.
I don't know the total.
I can get that for you, but
Okay.
I'm just... you don't have to pay it all at once. You just whatever you can.
Okay.
So,
Alrighty.
because
What do you-
the economy has taken not a great turn, and I noticed that you've had to help out the family and whatnot. So
Yeah.
no rush. I'll get that to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody, you all have good rest of your days.
Of
You as
course.
well.
Weekend.
Glad to have you back.
Glad to be back.
Man, you killed it this session. Fucking protagonist powers. Dang. All right.
It's exciting.
All right. See ya.
Later.
Good.
All right. I'm gonna go eat a burrito, and then I want to watch Mau. But then I gotta do immediately after Mau. I have to go do some prep for evening.
Okay. Then join the other channel when you are ready to watch.
I will.
Good. See you.
Me excite for the Mau.
Mamo.
Johnny wheeling and dealing.
Oh yeah. Well, I built a whole conflux for it. Might as well find a use. Well, I've actually been planning this. It's nice
Yeah.
that we can get that going.
Wanted to give you a throwback for your old character as well.
Yep. I was hoping I could do some stuff with Luna, but at least I'll be available now, and that's one of the main reasons why I want to be able to help Luna with the favor, because I knew that was going to be towards Luna anyway, and just with tribulations, and I think it'd be great to have Craw as someone we can trade with, because that's really great. I was trying to think to myself, how can I utilize some of the mic market guys that would have to pay every time? And I was like, well, if I just, make a deal, see how that
Yeah.
works.
Found Craw's one
Middleman.
weakness: the cute little happy child they're raising. I suppose if it's for them, I'll tolerate
Right?
you. Also, the other throwback to your other character.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was nice. I was like, you guys will.
Jackie, beast back nanomachine cultivator.
Give
It's
him
like,
squeeze.
hey, can we what's going on with this one this cultivator faction? There's only one of them. One of them's all they need, but if they need to, they also have this thing called a military base. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, we set Jackie up for a lot with the boons from the from hitting our nemesis. That was nice for the very end, and use those. Good story point stuff.
yeah. I wanted to connect cultivator in space with the Cosmic Road. If you ever went down there, yeah, it's kind of strange, kind of weird.
Yeah, it's nice to see those throwbacks and the stories you made. Always nice to hear.
The best part is it's basically what the Iron Eaters are trying to be. But the Iron Eaters are like, well, we really don't want to do this rule of two thing. I know it makes a ridiculously powerful cultivator, but we like this thing called family.
Yeah. Yeah. You got Jackie, head of the night, and getting all kinds of nano peoples protecting Neith.
They also don't know the other facet where you are way more than just a person. It's not just nanomachines. There's so much more involved.
Yeah.
Craw and Aetherm are well connected with information, but even then, Jackie's so far out in the cosmos that they only hear like the big stuff.
Yeah, right.
The most notable things, like, hey, they're made of nanomachines. It's the rule of two kind of thing. Oh, and this Ripperfield thing, that's new.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So
Yeah, let's not even get into strange grapple.
Yeah, they don't know about that. They just think
Right?
that, oh yeah, that's just a we actually don't know what that is. So I don't know. Probably magnetism. We're gonna go with magnetism.
I mean, that's what she does. That's her thing. And survive. And
Oh yeah.
flex. She does that too.
So yeah. And I love doing callbacks to all these people. Like
Oh,
Char, he's doing callbacks right now in the
Oh, hell
Wednesday
yeah.
game.
Nice.
He has Blue Man show up in one of the games
Is
so
there?
far.
Yeah.
So
Funny enough, same as well, spelled different, but same as your
well, he's called Aether.
yeah, Aether. Yes, that's right.
So Aethrum, I've had them as Aethrum before. We did that game because they
Oh
were.
yeah, I know. I remember he's been there for a while. Yeah, I was trying to remember. It's, yeah, the it's very very similar name.
Yeah. So yeah, he had Aether show up in one of the other games. Same token, same thing. Because he's an interdimensional traveler,
Of course.
and he's just been having a lot of fun with it.
Excellent.
I'm not gonna use Jackie, other than kind of this individual who's off in the distance doing what they're doing.
I mean, she's got a person to protect. That's her dig. That's her thing.
Yep. You might, if you travel really far out, so far down the rabbit hole, you come out the other side, you might find you guys in a different module.
Yeah. The one thing Jackie does have going for her is a interdimensional spaceship. So that's
the one.
Yeah, that's that.
And if Jackie ever needs to go out and do what they need to do in a different dimension,
Yep.
Well, they have the means. So.
Thanks to good old mama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But at the end of the day, the new threat storytelling continues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, happy to see Paradox coming along in this story too. Just a little bit of a prism. Oh yes, that's what that's related to.
If you ever want to use the new threat blueprint, like not new threat itself, but if you wanted to make your own tapestry with your own seraphim and your own story, Char's done that. I gave him the blueprint for it.
Yeah.
And you make your own rules and laws there. You build your own seraphim, so that's the major features. Char's doing a really heavy nightmare theme.
Oh yeah.
We've also built the triangle of power for the nightmare.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. So nightmare characters are way more fleshed out, and they're very playable right now. Especially in his has a lot of like internal support mechanisms built. But for my tapestry, if you ever do play a nightmare, boy howdy do we have a lot of rules for them now. They're a playable character, so if you ever pick the race entity from the angles, we got rules.
Nice.
You actually play with negative stats.
Right on. Yeah, that's a good way to do it, honestly.
Yeah, and you want to fail the roll.
Right.
So it's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, and you guys figured it out from
Yep.
from starting with Allie, with her Insomnium. Just like, hey, negative stats, but oh yeah, we got to put 100 plus 100 on there, otherwise you don't fail.
The cool part is if the initiative is what makes it really spicy. Because you roll initiative, and you're looking to hit a negative number. Because if you hit a negative number, you actually go first. Unless somebody has a bigger negative number.
Yeah.
So, unlike Orchestra, though, who has every number into the negative, I get a consecutive turn. Normal nightmares are just like they get their turn first, but not consecutive turns.
Yeah.
So, and it's been so good. I'm playing one right now in Char's game, and I'm doing okay. I was supposed to play a support character, but somehow I do everything.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm better at offense, defense, utility, shenanigans, but that's just I haven't wasted my time in the game. We have a lot of other people in the game who are just I don't really think or paying attention.
They're just there to, have a game, right? Not everyone can.
No, they don't get to do that because we have 2 people at character creation who chose Nemi 5s.
Oh, I see.
They don't get to have a casual gaming experience. And Char has been very kind to them because he hasn't had the Nemesis show up on their doorstep yet. He has given us a grace period.
Which is nice.
Yeah. So one of the players is playing a quasi-nightmare, and his is Doom Guy. He gets the Doom Guy tier 5 Nemi experience.
Wonderful.
I'm also a nightmare, and I'm like, no, you're on your own, dude. I'm fucking
I'm
out
outta
of here.
here.
Fuck this. I'm more nightmare than you. I'm a whole honking nightmare. I chose an Nemi 3, and as a chaotic being, my nemesis is an order of angels.
Oh, yeah.
Whose whole thing is order. And they give me bonuses to rolls, and I hate that. Stop giving me bonuses. Yeah, so it's like a direct counter to me, and it's like disgusting.
Aren't you a tumbleweed user too?
I am, but tumbleweeds are called cobblywebs, or cobwebs, which operate similarly. But when you roll a cobweb on somebody, they gain insanity, but also they get a D5 narrative dice.
Yeah, you were saying, yeah.
Yeah.
If
So
someone has good insanity defense, that would be really well. Yeah, that would be nice.
The cool part is, though, you get, unfortunately, stacking insanity.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stack the narrative dice. You just, if you spend 1 or 10, you only get that 1d5 narrative dice.
Right.
But me? Nah. What I did was, I still get 1 dice, but I increased the height of the dice rolled.
Yeah.
Up to 10. So I can have it so that I roll. If I spend 2 cobwebs, I get a d5 now as a d6, and then a d7.
Okay.
And it increases the height in which I can roll that dice, which means I can get a stronger. Yeah, it's looking good.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad you're having fun.
I am, but it's all these callbacks and the old characters.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's just pure feels good to have your character show up and be like, "Hey, I'm important. Here's why."
Yeah, it's nice to the shared story experience.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna eat this, and then I'm gonna hop on over.
Yeah.
So
I'll talk to you later, Matt. You have fun with your game tonight.
We'll see. They're done with the opportunity. We'll find out what shit they get up to now.
Excellent. All right. See you, Matt.
See you.
Bye.